Chapter 4992. Clang. The moonlight chains kept breaking, and Taoist Duo Bao, who was lying on the altar, was gradually able to move. He kept staring at Lin Ling, his eyes full of excitement and the desire to live. He clearly knew that if the world will's power was seized, he would definitely die, and he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. However, Lin Ling had suddenly appeared. He was extremely surprised. Why would Lin Ling appear here? It must be known that Lin Ling had defeated young Master Ming's subordinates on the first floor, allowing everyone to enter the second floor. Taoist Duo Bao didn't want to implicate Lin Ling, so he had entered the second floor and finally reached the third floor. He had never thought that he would be able to see Lin Ling so quickly. Taoist Duo Bao. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Taoist Duo Bao broke free and floated up. So powerful! You actually managed to hide from my eyes. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. At that moment, the silver-robed youth finally spoke. He had a cold smile at the corners of his mouth, as if he wasn't worried at all. Swish, swish, swish. The experts in the surroundings also flew over. Taoist Duo Bao, leave the city immediately. Lin Ling sensed that after Taoist Duo Bao broke free, his strength was quickly recovering. When Taoist Duo Bao heard this, he immediately nodded. I'm the opposite of you. I like to kill nameless people. After Lin Ling said this, he suddenly pounced at the youth, his powerful soul power bursting out. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. Fu. Je. Return. Universe Seal All Souls. The youth's expression changed drastically. Who is this person? He's actually so powerful. He clearly sensed that his life was in danger, and he didn't dare to move. Get lost! He shouted at the gods that were pouncing at him. The gods all stopped, their expressions changing drastically. They didn't dare to act rashly. Who are you? You are so powerful. You managed to barge in without anyone noticing. The youth looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He still didn't seem to be flustered. I didn't barge in without anyone noticing. I just subdued you without anyone noticing. Lin Ling stood in front of the youth and spoke with a smile. At the same time, he gave Taoist Duo Bao a look and asked him to open a path. Taoist Duo Bao understood and strode forward. Let him go! The surrounding gods began to stir, but the youth immediately shouted coldly. You have guts. For you. Lin Ling asked calmly as he held the young man hostage. In Tunwen. The youth held his hands behind his back, leading the way in front of Lin Ling. It had to be said that he truly had the spirit of a great figure. From the moment the altar ceremony was destroyed to the moment he was captured, besides the initial surprise, he was able to maintain his calm. These Silver Moon people are indeed extraordinary. I reckon that they managed to escape the calamity of the world will back then. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The calmer the youth was, the more difficult it was to deal with him. Do you want to leave the city? The young man continued forward, but he smiled and said, people like you won't be able to leave the city, because with me here, there will be even more people following you. You are very smart. Lin Ling replied coldly. You flatter me. Now, are you going to let me go, take a gamble, and rush out of Oceanic Holy City as fast as you can, or are you going to take me out of the city? The youth shrugged and replied. Lin Ling ignored him. He looked around and saw that the surrounding gods were indifferent, as if they were about to attack at any time. However, they did not dare to do so and could only follow from afar. Lin Ling, we can't go on like this. These people will keep following us and we can't chase them away. If this matter gets out of hand, there will be even more people following us. Taoist Duo Bao also secretly transmitted his voice to Su Quebec. Lin Ling knew that it was impossible to chase the surrounding gods away. Even if they could leave, they would hide in the distance and follow them. Therefore, he had to let In Tianwen go. Okay, you can go now. After leaving the mansion, Lin Ling suddenly asked In Tianwen. In Tianwen put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Goodbye. Lin Ling and Taoist Duo Bao looked at each other, then ran down the street and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Young master! It was at this moment that the gods from behind finally charged over. Moreover, there were an extremely large number of them, numbering in the hundreds. Previously, if Lin Ling had a conflict with them, even if he won, he would not have had a good ending. He would have been trapped in the city. How dare they kidnap young master? Catch them! After seeing that the youth was fine, an old man immediately said angrily. However, the youth immediately interrupted him. Young master, what's wrong? Everyone looked at the youth. The youth shook his head and said with a cold smile, I am still surrounded by the great universe. If you move, it will immediately attack me. What? Everyone was shocked. Then, they activated their means and kept investigating. Young master, this is the soul universe. It is extremely powerful. However, the soul universe is also dissipating. It just needs some time. Young master, what do you think now? The surrounding gods kept talking. The youth smiled faintly and said calmly, let's wait. Young master, why don't we inform the city gate and not let them out of the city? Once the soul universe disappears, they will be dead. No, if they sense that someone is chasing them, they will activate the soul universe. Although they can't kill young master, they will definitely hurt the youth. It seems that we can only wait. The surrounding gods sat cross-legged and activated their soul power to resist Lin Ling's Universe 3 Extremes break. The youth had his hands behind his back as if he was looking down at the sky. What an interesting thief. You actually managed to save someone from my hands. Moreover, you stole so many of my treasures. I, Yin Wenin, have cultivated for 300 million years, and this is the first time I have suffered such a great loss. However, you won't be able to do anything. If I, Yin Wenin, want to catch you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. I will give you time to escape. Let's see where you can run to. Yin Wenin was extremely calm. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest were rushing toward the city gate. Lin Ling, speed up. Taoist Myriad Treasures shouted at Lin Ling, don't go too fast, or you will attract the attention of others. Lin Ling stopped Taoist Myriad Treasures. But Taoist Myriad Treasures was afraid that Yin Wenin and the rest would chase after them. He knew how terrifying the Silver Moon clan was. Don't worry. He won't chase after us before my technique disappears. Lin Ling said confidently that Yin Wenin is very confident, but it's because he's too confident that he gave us time to escape. If we speed up now and get stopped by others, we'll waste even more time. You are right. Both of them restrained their speed. Before long, the magnificent city gate appeared in front of them. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression changed. Not good. My Universe 3 Extremes break has been broken. Taoist Myriad Treasures, rush out of the city gate. Okay. Taoist Myriad Treasures' strength erupted as he opened a path in front of them. Who is it? At the gate, a large number of gods shouted angrily. However, Taoist Myriad Treasures didn't say anything. Instead, the worlds will erupted and turned into a gourd. It formed a powerful suction force that sucked a large number of gods into it. Chapter 4993. Two of them are leaving the city. Stop them. Stop them. At the same time, Yin Wentian's order arrived, causing the gods' expressions to change drastically. They smiled bitterly to themselves. This order came too late. Yes. If they had received the order earlier, they would have tried their best to stop them. But now that they had received the order, they were obviously caught off guard. Young master, they are already leaving the city. Not good. Help. Almost as soon as they received the order, Lin Ling's powerful attack arrived. The huge gourd controlled by the Taoist of many treasures swallowed everything, and no one could stop it. After Lin Ling's innate talent fusion, the tyrannical song sword turned into a massacre of 10,000 worlds, affecting the strength of the gods. Then he was killed by Lin Ling's sword. With Lin Ling's current strength, even with the innate talent fusion, ordinary giant gods were no match for him. Charge! Charge! The two did not stop, rushing out of the city gate and flying into the distance. When they passed by the sea was hit by the two's powerful speed. The Holy Ocean City had a large number of city gates, and after seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Courting death. Catch them. The gods at the city gates were stunned, and then they flew into a rage and chased after Lin Ling's group. Rumble. In the rolling sea, a huge two-headed turtle crawled out, sprinkling endless stars. After swimming out of the sea, it was extremely fast and chased after Lin Ling's group. A large number of gods stood on top of the gigantic turtle. They were all clad in silver armor and looked very majestic. They were from the Silver Moon clan. Wherever the weapons in their hands pointed, endless silver light sprinkled down like moonlight. The terrifying explosion of divine power caused the entire sea near the holy ocean city to overturn. The gods who passed by were directly shaken to death by the sea water. Those two are crazy, daring to act recklessly in the holy ocean city. Now that there are 99 cities of myriad gods, except for the attacks between cities, who dares to provoke the cities of myriad gods? I remember that 800 years ago, someone attacked Arrowhead City. It was the city of myriad gods, which was weaker than the holy city of the ocean. In the end, all 32 clans were annihilated. 32 clans. Hundreds of thousands of gods were killed, not to mention that there were only 2 of them. Looks like they're dead for sure. Many gods narrowed their eyes and mocked Lin Ling and the others for overestimating themselves. Of course, they also guessed that Lin Ling and the rest were wrongly accused, but in a place like the city of myriad gods, if you entered the city, being slaughtered was inevitable. They could only swallow their anger. If they resisted, they would die even faster. Escaped. At the same time, a large number of figures appeared at the city gate that Lin Ling had escaped from, with Yin Wendian as their leader. Interesting. The 2 of you are the first to escape from Ocean Sacred City. However, how can I let you go after taking so many of my treasures? There's also Taoist Master of many treasures. Hee, you won't be able to escape. Yin Wendian laughed lightly and waved his hand. Bring out the Silver Moon battleship. Rumble. The holy city of the ocean shook, and a huge silver-armored battleship rose from one corner. Yin Wendian took a step forward and floated toward the battleship. Standing on the battleship, Yin Wendian waved his hand calmly. Rumble. As soon as the Silver Moon battleship appeared, the heavens and earth shook, and the earth cracked. Some of the weaker gods were directly smashed to the ground by the powerful aura. Behind the Silver Moon battleship, a large number of small boats and demonic beast mounts appeared and chased after Lin Ling and the Silver Moon battleship. The Silver Moon clan was an extremely famous ancient clan in the universe. How could their dignity be challenged? No matter what, Lin Ling and the Silver Moon battleship must be captured. This was the bottom line. Of course, no one doubted the strength of the Silver Moon clan. Everyone thought that Lin Ling and the Silver Moon battleship were dead meat. At this moment, Lin Ling and the Silver Moon battleship exploded with full speed and flew along the ground into the distance. Lin Ling, they've caught up. At the same time, Taoist Duobao shouted with an ugly expression. The Silver Moon clan is really extravagant. Lin Ling looked back and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The heavens and earth shook as a large number of mounts and battleships chased after them. It was as if they had pierced through the sky. No wonder Yin Wendian is so confident. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Yin Wendian was treating them like a cat catching a mouse. Lin Ling, what should we do? Taoist Duobao looked anxious. Then he sighed and said, Alas, I've implicated you. If you hadn't saved me, you wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. What are you talking about? We're all from the Jiuzhou Void. How can I watch something happen to you? Moreover, you and I are both hosts of the world will. I won't just stand by and watch. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. Moreover, that guy has taken a fancy to my boots. I won't easily hand them over. Okay, I won't say any more. But now, how are we going to get rid of them? Taoist Duobao felt warmth in his heart. Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. His strength had increased greatly, but he was confident that he wouldn't be able to win against so many powerful beings. The only way was to get rid of them. At the very least, he had to think of a way to slow them down. Let's go to another city, Lin Ling said after pondering for a while. I know there's a ghost city over there. It's a ghost city. Some gods who cultivate the ghost path and the underworld path like to go there. Taoist Duobao's eyes lit up. Let's go immediately. Lin Ling asked Taoist Duobao to change direction and head toward the ghost city. Young master, they've changed direction. At that moment, someone under the huge silver moon battleship said to Yin Wenin. This person's strength was heaven-defying. He was a saint universe god. However, he still had to bow respectfully to Yin Wenin, who was weaker than him. This was because he knew that Yin Wenin was very important to the Silver Moon clan. He was deeply doted on by the Silver Moon God clan. It's okay. They're just flustered. Let them escape. I enjoy the process. Yin Wenin asked someone to bring a chair over. He sat on the chair and drank wine as he spoke casually. They're just two small gods. How dare they violate the rules of the great ocean saint city? They deserve to die. Let's make their reincarnation cycle collapse and make it difficult for them to be reincarnated. The person beside him said coldly. Take your time. It won't be fun if you kill the mouse in one go. Yin Wenin waved his hand. At that moment, Lin Ling and the others were still flying forward. A huge city began to appear in front of them. This city was next to a majestic black mountain. Chilly winds blew on the mountain, making it look like a corpse lying on the ground. Looking at the ghost city, there were lanterns everywhere, and burning paper money was everywhere. It was extremely eerie. Moreover, there was no one to be seen. However, Lin Ling discovered that there were people in this city. No, it should be said that there were many ghosts in this city. They were all gods who cultivated the underworld path's divine abilities. Chapter 4994. We want to enter the city. Lin Ling said immediately. This is our entrance fee. Taoist master of many treasures took out a large number of treasures and threw them on the ground. These treasures were priceless, and they were all that Taoist master of many treasures had accumulated. However, at this time, he could not care less about his heartache. Sure enough, the old women's eyes lit up when they saw the treasures. They handed Lin Ling 2 tokens and said, "You can stay here for 2 months, 1 month each." Most of the cities in the city of myriad gods were the same. One had to pay a fee to enter the city, but different places paid different treasures. Lin Ling and Taoist master of many treasures did not speak and entered the city directly. Unfortunately, they were not gods who cultivated the underworld's divine abilities. After entering the city, the cultivation effect was not good. Lin Ling barely managed to get the evil ghost jellyfish. When he looked at Taoist master of many treasures again, he felt uncomfortable all over. Lin Ling also sensed that the Black Mountain, which Middle Yuan City relied on, was filled with mysterious primordial qi, which was similar to the cultivation effect in Ocean Saint City. At the same time, a large number of gods around them looked at Lin Ling and Taoist master of many treasures with strange and malicious expressions. Lin Ling, there is another city gate in Middle Yuan City. Taoist master of many treasures reminded him at this time. Lin Ling nodded and unsheathed the tyrannical song sword. Murderous intent surged as he displayed his strength. He did not want to be delayed by the gods around him and waste time. Sure enough, when the tyrannical song sword was unsheathed, the gloomy gods around them restrained themselves. Lin Ling and Taoist master of many treasures did not stop and rushed toward the other city gate. However, before they reached the city gate, a rumbling sound came from behind them. The Silver Moon battleship had crashed into Middle Yuan City, causing a huge commotion in the city. This is a good chance. Lin Ling knew that even if the Middle Yuan City gave face to the Silver Moon clan, the Silver Moon clan's mighty assault would still cause the Middle Yuan City to be wary of them. Moreover, it would take a lot of time to explain. Let's leave the city. Then they took out their tokens, handed them over to the yakshas guarding the gate, and rushed out of the city. Rumble. At this moment, Middle Yuan City was still in turmoil as the two sides clashed. After a short while, the huge black mountain shook slightly. Ocean Saint City, why are you making a big fuss in Middle Yuan City? Do you want to start a war? The most terrifying thing was that the majestic Black Mountain was actually the city lord of Zhongyuan City. Taoist master of many treasures of many treasures. I want 2 of them. On the Silver Moon battleship Yin Wenin laughed, but his eyes were solemn. Who? Taoist master of many people. Yin Wenyin waved his arm and the portraits of Lin and Ling appeared. As for He Shan, he was silent for a moment. Using a powerful method to check the tokens sent out by Zhongyuan City, he finally said, 3 incense sticks ago, they left the city. Yin Wentian's eyes flashed. Great of ocean. Of many great ocean many. The Silver Moon God said coldly. Why would I lie to you? Of course, if you want to fight, my Zhongyuan City will accompany you. Black Mountain's voice was filled with anger. Then, countless shadows wearing cloaks and holding death sides flew out. They were majestic and filled the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Ha! Suddenly Yin Wenyin burst into laughter. I think this is a misunderstanding. The two of them have nothing to do with the Zhongyuan Patriarch. They are just using the Zhongyuan City as an excuse to shake us off. Zhongyuan Patriarch, sorry for disturbing you. Moreover, they are using your Zhongyuan City. This matter is also a provocation to Zhongyuan City. I will capture them for you. The Black Mountain was silent for a moment as all the death gods flew back. An angry voice floated out. Damn those juniors, they actually dare to use my Zhongyuan City to cause trouble. Capture them, I want their souls. Of course. Yin Wenyin led the group as they circled around Zhongyuan City and continued their pursuit. What a cunning junior! The people of the Silver Moon clan cursed in anger. No, this is interesting, isn't it? However, not only was Yin Wenyin not angry, he was even happier. From this, it could be seen how confident he was in himself. Unfortunately, no matter how cunning their scheme is, it is useless. If I, Yin Wenyin, want to destroy them, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. Activate the Silver Moon Grand Light technique. Yin Wenyin waved his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge silver warship shot out a ray of light, breaking through the void and forming a huge halo. The halo was as big as the Holy Ocean City. The Silver Moon warship swam into it with the crowd and gradually disappeared. The previously bustling and noisy Zhongyuan City had suddenly become completely silent. It was extremely strange. At this moment, Lin Ling and Taoist Master of Many Treasures were still running wildly. In this short period of time, both of them had recovered slightly. Have we shaken them off? Taoist Master of Many Treasures frowned. However, Lin Ling did not speak because he was not too sure. I didn't expect that two of us, the hosts of the world's will, two gods from the void of Jiuzhou, would be hunted down together in the Dao Tower. Just thinking about it makes me feel like a drama. Taoist Master of Many Treasures could not help but laugh when he saw that they were fine. Not yet. But at this moment Lin Ling finally spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Master of Many Treasures noticed that a huge halo had appeared behind them. It was extremely dazzling, as if it was condensed from moonlight. The two of them could not care less. They burst forth with speed and ran wildly again. Haha, I see you again. You are really not polite enough. You left without saying goodbye. You don't treat me as a friend. At the same time, Yin Wentian's laughter could be heard. On the warship, Yin Wenyin stood there majestically, looking down at Lin Ling and Taoist Master of Many Treasures who had disappeared into the distance. Then he waved his hand casually, and the huge warship under his feet chased after them again. As for the Silver Moon clan around the warship, they all laughed cheerfully as if they were playing a game. This mighty scene undoubtedly attracted the attention of many passers-by. They immediately knew that the Silver Moon clan was chasing after them. Indirectly, they also raised the prestige of the Silver Moon clan. Lin Ling, damn it, we were fooled. On the other side, Taoist Master of Many Treasures cursed angrily. Lin Ling was also cursing inwardly. The two of them were extremely fast, but they still could not escape being chased. What kind of means did the Silver Moon clan use? Now, if they could not shake them off, they would die sooner or later. It seems that it is difficult to shake them off by relying on the city of myriad gods. Lin Ling was annoyed. Suddenly, he thought of the square prison and hurriedly asked Guang Qingzi. Unfortunately, Guang Qingzi was helpless because he was not familiar with the Dao Tower. At most, he could help Lin Ling out to fight, but this kind of fight would not last long. After all, Guang Qingzi was a prisoner in the prison. It is easy to shake them off. There is a place on the 3rd floor that is very suitable for shaking off the pursuers. Of course, it is also very dangerous for you. Chapter 4995. Are you sure? The matter was urgent, so Lin Ling couldn't care too much and hurriedly asked. Hee, let's head southeast. The mysterious Taoist didn't say much and just pointed out the direction. Lin Ling didn't hesitate and changed direction with Taoist of Many Treasures. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Taoist of Many Treasures was puzzled, but Lin Ling couldn't explain it. After flying like this for 4 hours, Lin Ling and Taoist of Many Treasures were flying at full speed, consuming the most divine essence. However, the huge battleship was still following behind them. Originally, the Silver Moon race had run out of patience and planned to end the game. However, Lin Ling and Taoist of Many Treasures' speed suddenly increased, causing the Silver Moon race to be interested again. A dense forest appeared in front of them. The forest was quiet, no different from what they usually saw. Go in. Lin Ling rushed into the forest according to the mysterious Taoist of Many Treasures. At that moment, Lin Ling suddenly realized that the forest seemed to have come alive. Retract your divine essence and walk. At the same time, the mysterious Taoist of Many Treasures' voice sounded, and Lin Ling hurriedly did as he was told. The strange thing was that after the divine essence was retracted, the forest seemed to have regained its silence. Taoist of Many Treasures was very surprised. He had been wandering around the city of myriad gods for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen such a mysterious forest. Moreover, it was Lin Ling's first time here, so why was he so familiar with this place? Let's go! At that moment, Lin Ling didn't explain and quickly walked forward. Not long after the two of them walked, the Silver Moon battleship appeared in the sky above the forest, looking down. Young master, they're hiding in the forest. Someone said respectfully to Yin Wenyin. They're probably tired. Alright, the game is over. Catch the two of them. Remember, neither of them can die. Yin Wenyin smiled calmly and waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The Silver Moon battleship shook slightly. At the front of the battleship, an incomparably dazzling light condensed, forming an incomparably huge divine cannon. Boom! The divine cannon suddenly shot out, and the dazzling beam of light destroyed everything in its path. Escape? Let's see how you two rats escape. The long hair of all the gods fluttered in the wind as they sneered. They knew that the forest would definitely be destroyed by this cannon. Rumble! However, this shot, which was powerful enough to kill a saint-level universe giant god, was blocked by the endless trees after it landed on the forest. It was as if the shot had hit a bubble. Next, an incomparably terrifying rebound force erupted. Rumble! The divine cannon shot back, and a huge beam of light soared into the sky. Not good. The Silver Moon race were all experts. They reacted instantly and abandoned the Silver Moon battleship, shooting into the distance. As for the god riding the giant tortoise, his expression changed drastically, and he fled without a trace. Boom! The gigantic silver light divine cannon shot into the sky and actually pierced through the Silver Moon battleship, destroying a large number of mounts. The gigantic tortoise that was as large as a city was also killed in one shot. Moreover, many of them were too slow to escape and were killed by the cannon. Meanwhile, in the forest, the expressions of Lin Ling and Taoist Duobao changed drastically. Previously, when the divine cannon shot down, Lin Ling had thought that they would not be able to escape this calamity. Even if they did not die, they would definitely be severely injured. He had even planned to use Panga's true body to resist the attack. However, this mysterious forest had actually blocked the divine cannon. Lin Ling, what kind of forest is this? Taoist Duobao gasped. Lin Ling shook his head. Let's go. Let's continue forward. At this moment, in the sky, all the Silver Moon race members were stunned. They looked at the damaged Silver Moon battleship and then at the dense forest on the ground. Then, they all revealed furious expressions. 2 cockroaches had actually caused them to suffer such heavy losses. Young master, those 2 rats should have been dealt with long ago. A god said to Yin Wenin as he stared at the ground with resentment. Go down and capture them. Yin Wentian's voice deepened. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Yin Wentian's head and crushed it. It was obvious that he was very angry. This was because he had not expected that 2 mere rats could cause so many of his people to die. Kill! After hearing Yin Wentian's words, the other gods charged into the forest. They erupted with all their strength, wanting to capture Lin Ling and his group and teach them a lesson to vent their anger. However, when they charged into the forest, an ominous atmosphere pervaded the air. Everyone, be careful. The Saint Giant Universe god beside Yin Wenin was the first to react and shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, he was a little too slow. On the ground of the forest, a large number of vines suddenly shot out and pierced through the bodies of many gods. Some gods were directly shot to death, while some gods did not die. However, they withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their deity energy was sucked dry. In the end, they all turned into dried corpses hanging from the vines. You mother****, go to hell. Seeing so many gods die, the gods of the Silver Moon race were all enraged and attacked the forest crazily. Shoo! 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 However, in exchange for more vines shooting up into the sky, the surrounding trees seemed to be moving as they attacked the gods. Don't attack. Everyone, don't attack. Suppress your deity energy. Beside Yin Wenin, the Saint Giant Universe god shouted, This is the forest of mysteries. The entire forest is a demonic creature. Don't attack. The moment he finished speaking, the gods of the Silver Moon race all reacted and suppressed their deity energy. Even so, the forest was still attacking them. Fortunately, the Silver Moon race was united. They gritted their teeth and did not attack. In the end, after more than 10 people died, the forest gradually quieted down. Let's go. Yin Wentian's expression was gloomy again and again as he walked to look for Lin Ling. Young master, we can't use deity energy in this forest. Even if we find them, how are we going to take them away? Someone said through gritted teeth, hating Lin Ling and his group to death. There will be a way. Yin Wenin said calmly, but the anger in his heart was more intense than anyone else's. As for the front, Lin Ling and the others were still moving forward at a moderate pace. At the same time, they felt the commotion behind them and instantly knew that many of the Silver Moon race had died. Good, let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. Taoist master of many treasures felt carefree as he looked ahead. After passing through the forest, a hazy fog appeared in front of them, blocking everything. No one would have thought that the center of the forest was actually a region of clouds and fog. Go in. Lin Ling listened to the mysterious Taoist and planned to enter the clouds and fog. According to the mysterious Taoist, the clouds and fog did not seem big, but in reality, they were as vast as the universe and could avoid the pursuit of strong beings. Unless one's luck was heaven-defying, it would be difficult for the Silver Moon race to find them. This was because the space within the clouds and fog was also overlapping. Just as Lin Ling and the others were about to enter the clouds and fog, a large number of figures appeared in the forest behind them. One of them stared indifferently at Lin Ling and his group, a flame burning in his eyes. And this person was Yin Wenin. Lin Ling glanced at them and did not say anything as he disappeared into the clouds and fog. Chapter 4996. He knew very well that the two of them hadn't entered this place by accident. They had done it on purpose, using the forest to kill the Silver Moon clan. If he had been a little faster, the two of them would have been caught, and the Silver Moon clan wouldn't have suffered any losses. All of this was caused by Yin Wentian's overconfidence. How could he not be angry? Of course, it wasn't because he was careless, but because he was more familiar with the third level than the two of them. However, the two of them had made him suffer a great loss. When everyone entered the clouds, they all disappeared. Yin Wenin had become a loner as he moved forward. What is this place? Yin Wenin thought that he had seen a lot, but he was still shocked. On the other side, Lin Ling and Taoist duo Bao hadn't separated. They had the same red ribbon tied around their shoulders. The red ribbon had strange Genesis runes, which made them look like fireflies in the clouds. What a strange cloud. We can't communicate with the outside world, and we can't use any detection methods. My soul power is also suppressed. Lin Ling was shocked. Oh no, we've probably entered the clouds. It's said that those who enter will have to walk for the rest of their lives. Taoist Duo Bao looked around, and his expression changed drastically. Lin Ling nodded. Now, the clouds are the only way to get rid of the Silver Moon clan. I hope that as time passes, the Silver Moon clan will gradually forget about this. I hope so. Taoist Duo Bao agreed with Lin Ling. Getting lost here is better than being caught by the Silver Moon clan. One should know that once they were caught, they would definitely die because the Silver Moon clan had a way to obtain the power of the world's will. Taoist Duo Bao, how did you get caught? Lin Ling asked as he continued walking. We happened to pass by the Ocean Holy City, but we were discovered and caught by the Silver Moon clan. It seems that a big shot from the upper level knows our whereabouts and is attacking us. Taoist Duo Bao said. Lin Ling frowned. Could it be the 9 stars of the universe? But Ning Qingxin once said that the 9 stars of the universe wouldn't attack us so soon. Is it the 3 divine gates of White Mountain? Or the rotten race? In the end, Lin Ling shook his head. There were too many experts at the pinnacle of deities, and it was hard to figure it out in a short period of time. After a long time, the two of them rested on the spot. Lin Ling asked the mysterious Taoist and found out that the mysterious Taoist had a way to leave. This allowed Lin Ling to finally relax. He didn't leave immediately. He guessed that countless people were looking for them in the outside world. He wanted to wait for a while before deciding what to do next. The two of them rested for a long time. Suddenly, a figure came from afar. This person appeared and disappeared from time to time. It was very strange. However, after a long time, he appeared in front of Lin Ling and Li Chia. What surprised Lin Ling and the others was that this person was actually Yin Wenyan. One had to know that the mystic cloud was like a maze. The space inside was chaotic and independent. The chances of meeting someone inside were 1 in 10 million. Lin Ling and Taoist Duo Bao had red cloth on their shoulders, so they couldn't be separated. It's you! When Yin Wenyan saw Lin Ling and Lin Feng, his face was also filled with shock. To be able to find you in the mystic cloud, it seems that this is fate. Then Yin Wenyan laughed. His laughter was very sinister, but he was also very happy. Lin Ling and Li Chia stood up, looked at each other, and shook their heads. They didn't know if it was fate or if they were just unlucky. However, now that things had come to this, it was useless to say anything. Who are you? Yin Wenyan suddenly looked at Lin Ling. He was very curious about Lin Ling's origins. Why are you helping him? Do you know the consequences of offending the Silver Moon clan? Of course I know. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He wasn't too worried. Right now, there was only Yin Wenyan. If he joined forces with Taoist Duo Bao, they would probably be able to defeat him. The Silver Moon clan is an ancient god clan that is as famous as the Sun God clan. Lin Ling said. He had seen how strong the Sun God clan was. Back then, it was just a mere 12-winged sun god, but its strength was not weaker than his. Therefore, the Silver Moon clan was definitely not weak. Since you know that we are the Silver Moon clan, how dare you ruin my plan? Yin Wenyan laughed. First, your ocean's sacred city wants my Kwafu's sun-chasing boots. Second, I am also one of the hosts of the world's will. Lin Ling said bluntly. Yin Wenyan's face changed dramatically. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, but he couldn't figure out anything. He knew that Taoist Duo Bao was the host of the world's will because God Ancestor Silver Moon had told him. I didn't expect that after so many twists and turns, I would get the strength of 2 worlds' wills. Good, this is fate. Yin Wenyan licked his lips and the anger in his heart dissipated. Although many people of the Silver Moon clan had died, if he got 2 worlds' wills, everything would be worth it if he could get the strength of the world's will. Don't be too happy, because whether you can get the strength of our world's will is still unknown. Lin Ling also smiled. Lin Ling, be careful. This person is extremely powerful. He has the power of 2 quadrillion God. Taoist Duobao reminded him in a low voice. With his power, ordinary giant gods of the universe were no match for him. Only those at the level of Yin Wenyan could. 20 million? He's the same as the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling was shocked. They were both giant gods of the universe, but the gap between their power was like heaven and earth. Get ready to attack. We have no choice now. Lin Ling nodded to Taoist Duobao. Taoist Duobao immediately used his full strength. A huge gourd appeared above his head. He shouted at Lin Ling, I'll hold him back. I'll kill him. Lin Ling fused with his talent. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he took the initiative to attack. Voila! Taoist Duobao's gourd used a powerful devouring power. It actually had the power to suck the surrounding clouds into the gourd. The devouring power enveloped Yin Wendian, greatly suppressing his power. However, his body shone with silver light, and a crescent moon appeared above his head. It was as though he had gathered the power of an entire universe. Taoist Duobao, I've already said that your world's willpower is too weak. It won't affect me much. He stretched out his palm and waved it continuously. Huge crescent moons were sent out by him. Shua shua. The moment these crescent moons appeared, the clouds seemed to be cut apart. His power of divinity had reached 2 quadrillion God. Taoist Duobao's expression changed drastically. Although the willpower of a world was very strong, it was divided into levels. His current level was clearly not very high. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This person was actually stronger than the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling also felt that Yin Wenyan was not using his full power. Lin Ling rushed forward with the tyrannical song sword in hand, but a crescent moon sent him flying. Not to mention, there were so many of them. Pangu's true body. Lin Ling knew that he would not be able to win with ordinary methods. He had to use his trump card. He suddenly grew in size and turned into a giant. Looking down at Yin Wenyan from above, he punched out with his gigantic fist. Pangu's bloodline. Yin Wenyan narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Lin Ling to have so many tricks up his sleeves. Previously it was a soul attack, but now it was a physical attack. Chapter 4997. The dazzling silver moon illuminated the entire cloud zone, as if a bright moon had risen. 1,000-mile-wide silver moon blocked the top of Yin Wenyan's head like a dome. Looking carefully, there were shadows on the surface of the silver moon plate. There were mountains, rivers, people, and living creatures. This was a great universe world. Rumble. In the sky, Lin Ling's fist smashed down fiercely. After landing on the huge silver moon plate, time seemed to have stopped. Under the silver moon plate, Yin Wenyan's expression changed as he sensed a terrifying pressure descending from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, a terrifying power erupted. With the two of them as the center, wind waves and divine essence charged out like a tidal wave, and the clouds and mist seemed to have been blown away. Of course, the clouds here were also very strange. Even if they were blown away, they only became lighter and didn't completely disperse. Bang, bang, bang. Yin Wenyan's legs continued to sink, and his bones made cracking sounds. Boom, boom. At the same time, Lin Ling's fists continued to smash down, as if huge islands were rushing towards the ground. However, the silver moon plate didn't move at all. It was extremely sturdy. So powerful, his divine energy has reached 300 billion, and he even has his own great universe. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, shocked by Yin Wenyan's strength. One had to know that he was now teaming up with Taoist myriad treasures. Thinking about it, if there wasn't Taoist myriad treasures, Lin Ling would probably only be able to fight to a draw and not have the upper hand. Crescent moon. At this time, Yin Wenyan also let out a low shout, and the silver moon plate above his head became a bit more complete. Under the silver moonlight sprinkled down like a curtain of rain, protecting Yin Wenyan inside. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. While Lin Ling continued to smash out with his huge fists, he also activated his trump card. Powerful soul power went around the silver moon plate and drowned Yin Wenyan from all directions. Lin Ling so strong. Taoist Myriad Treasure's expression changed drastically when he saw Lin Ling's overwhelming attack. He had a trump card, which was the power of the world's will. But Lin Ling had several trump cards, and they were all incomparably powerful trump cards. It was hard for him to imagine what Lin Ling had experienced after entering the Tao Pagoda. Why had his strength increased so much? Return. At the same time, Yin Wendian also let out a low roar. The silver light around his body became even denser, so dense and dazzling that it blocked the invasion of the soul. Lin Ling's 3 universes were blocked by the moonlight. This Yin Wendian is definitely one of the rarest and strongest among the king-level universe giant gods. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His physical strength and soul power were both blocked. Too strong. Last time, Lin Ling was able to take advantage of the situation because he was caught off guard. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave the holy city of the sea. Of course, when Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air, he didn't notice that Yin Wendian was also sucking in a breath of cold air. He obviously didn't expect that this young man was even more powerful than Taoist master of many treasures. He had always thought that this young man was merely an ant. Boy, you've used up your 3 axes, right? It's my turn now. At this time, Yin Wendian said coldly. It's still early. Lin Ling replied coldly. I can see that you're just showing off. However, your strength is really powerful. I, Yin Wendian, rarely praise others. You're the 3rd person in my life to be praised by me. After all, you have the strength of a peak superior god. To be able to force me to this extent, you're already amazing. Unfortunately, if it were someone else, you would have won without a doubt. But you've met me. I've cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, and I've seen all kinds of people. Even the master of your cultivation technique, the god of creation, Pangu, I'm lucky enough to meet him. Yin Wendian said coldly. His seemingly plain words were mixed with incomparable arrogance. Is that so? Then should I thank you for praising me? Lin Ling was shocked, but his arrogance was also stimulated. He, Lin Ling, had come out from the rainforest's sacred land and experienced countless battles. He had defeated countless experts and swept away countless gods. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? To be honest, it had been a long time since he was looked down upon like this. Then you can try again. Lin Ling activated the Pangu's finger and shot it down fiercely. What? You have the Pangu's finger. When this terrifying power was released, Yin Wendian's expression changed drastically. He sensed that the power released by the finger did not exist in this era. It was the real god of creation's finger. He was shocked. Who exactly was this Lin Ling? Why did he have the Pangu's real body and the real Pangu's finger? Rumble. The huge finger landed on the huge silver moon disk, and the surrounding clouds dispersed, revealing a vacuum. It was terrifying. Yin Wendian's legs sank, and he stood like a horse. His face was ferocious, and his legs were trembling. It was obvious that it was extremely difficult for him to resist this finger. Kakaka. After a while, the huge silver moon disk emitted a crisp sound. It had obviously reached its limit and could not bear the burden. Gradually, a crack appeared, and then more and more cracks appeared. It was like glass shattering. Boom. Finally, the entire silver moon disk shattered, and the moonlight seemed to have solidified, sputtering in all directions. The huge finger shot into the clouds, stirring up endless wind and clouds. Rumble. The aftermath was turbulent, and the universe collapsed. Time and space were all shattered. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling also began to shrink slowly. He was still staring at the ground, and he saw that the clouds were rolling like waves. However, the silver moon disk had shattered, and Yin Wendian seemed to have died. He's dead. Taoist master of many treasures exhaled lightly and sat down powerlessly on the ground, as if he had exhausted all his strength. He had been assisting Lin Ling and releasing the power of the world's will. This had undoubtedly caused him to reach his limit. Lin Ling nodded. His soul power continued to search, but he could not sense Yin Wendian. He reckoned that Yin Wendian was really dead. It's still early. However, at this moment, a ferocious voice suddenly sounded. From the rolling clouds on the ground, a middle-aged man who looked like a deity appeared. He glared at Lin Ling and Taoist Master of Many Treasures, as if he wanted to remember Lin Ling and Taoist Master of Many Treasures. Under this furious deity, a palm-sized silver person appeared. He held a silver moon blade and looked at Lin Ling and Taoist Master of Many Treasures ferociously. Yin Wenyin was not dead. Wenyin, capture them. After seizing the power of the world's will, make them suffer a fate worse than death. The furious deity spoke in a low voice. It was actually another person. Obviously, when Yin Wenyin had almost died, it was this furious deity who had helped him. This person's strength was terrifying beyond imagination. After all, this was in the clouds. Any deity would get lost if they entered, but this furious deity could come here with his consciousness. Perhaps, this person was the real master of the Holy Ocean City. Okay, I will make them suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 4998. Father will help you. At the same time, the glaring god's body shone with silver light, illuminating the clouds and filling the sky with silver light. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this person's strength would be if he came here personally. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Lin Ling and Taoist Myriad Treasures could clearly sense that the time around them was being reorganized. Time slowed down, becoming incomparably slow. Even the flow of divine essence seemed to be frozen. Not good. Lin Ling and Taoist Myriad Treasures roared at the same time, but their voices were incomparably slow, as if they had experienced several eras. Die. At the same time, the silver dwarf held the moon blade in his hand and turned into moonlight. He attacked Taoist Myriad Treasures first. This was because Taoist Myriad Treasures' devouring power had restrained him, causing him to be attacked by Lin Ling passively. The blade fiercely chopped down, cutting off one of Taoist Myriad Treasure's arms. Moreover, his chest was torn open, causing blood to spurt out. Taoist Myriad Treasures screamed and fell down. Sinister villain, let's see how you attack. The silver dwarf said coldly as he floated in front of Taoist Myriad Treasures, holding the silver moon blade in his hand. However, just as he was about to kill Taoist Myriad Treasures with one slash, suddenly, a powerful force erupted and cut off the glaring god's moonlight binding, restoring time. Then, a dazzling sword light slashed over. What? You still have a trick up your sleeve? The silver dwarf's expression changed drastically as he looked at the sword in disbelief. The power of the world's will. The glaring god's expression also changed drastically. The power of the world's will was the most mystical power in the universe, even more mysterious than primordial energy. It wasn't strange that it could cut off the glaring god's moonlight. What surprised them was that the power of the world's will was actually so strong. Don't forget, I haven't used the power of the world's will. The person who had attacked was Lin Ling. He held the sword of faith in his hand and rushed in front of the silver dwarf, slashing down heavily. I'll deal with you. The silver dwarf's strength was impressive. Although he was only the size of a palm, when he slashed out, the universe collapsed. Rumble. The sword and saber collided, and the two terrifying and mysterious forces collided continuously. The vacuum in the clouds became even larger, and even the glaring heavenly deity was affected, as if he was about to dissipate at any moment. After all, he wasn't here with his main body. Wenyin, Father will help you. However, glaring heavenly deity was still using all his strength to help the tiny silver figure. Moonlight fell on Lin Ling's body. Although most of it was blocked by the sword of faith, it still caused Lin Ling to vomit a large mouthful of blood and be seriously injured. If this goes on, you'll definitely die. However, your will of the world is truly terrifying. I must obtain it. In front of Lin Ling, the tiny silver figure let out a sinister cry, its face terrifyingly sinister. Kill him and seize his world will's power. That glaring heavenly deity also continued to roar. It was as if the two of them were working together to suppress Lin Ling. Damn it, my sword of faith is still a little weak. However, what blade is Yin Wentian's? Why is it so powerful? Lin Ling bellowed in his heart, knowing that life and death would be decided at this moment. And this feeling of life and death was something he hadn't experienced for many years. Lin Ling, I'll help you. But at this moment, a crazy voice sounded. Taoist master of many treasures, who was covered in blood and had one of his arms cut off, flew back with great difficulty from afar. A gourd appeared in his other arm, and he urged his strength to form the world will to help Lin Ling. You dare! The glaring heavenly deity didn't expect Taoist master of many treasures to be able to fight again. You've joined forces, so why can't we? Taoist master of many treasures' eyes were red. He aimed the mouth of the gourd at the tiny silver figure, and a powerful devouring power erupted. You're courting death. The tiny silver figure was already having a hard time resisting Lin Ling's sword of faith. Now that he was facing a powerful devouring power behind him, the pressure on him instantly increased. If the power behind him was only the power of the gods, or even the steps of the gods, he wouldn't be afraid. But the power behind him was the world will. Being pulled by a powerful devouring power, the tiny silver figure began to distort, as if he was about to be sucked into the gourd. Father, help me! He shouted anxiously. The glaring heavenly deity was helpless now. After all, he wasn't here with his true body. To be able to help Yin Wenyin like this was already extremely powerful. How about the two of you stop now? Even though the glaring heavenly deity was furious, he suppressed his anger and spoke in a humble manner. Stop? I refuse. Lin Ling maintained his posture of slashing down with his sword and answered straightforwardly. I refuse too. Taoist master of many treasures also shouted angrily. If you dare to kill him, you will definitely die. You will have to bear the anger of my Silver Moon clan. You must know that even the Sun God clan doesn't dare to kill my son. The glaring heavenly deity was also angry. He said threateningly, not only you, but your family, your friends, and even those related to you will all be buried with you. This is what I, Yin Wangguang, said. I am the current patriarch of the Silver Moon clan. This is the blood oath I made. Once the blood oath was made, it meant that they couldn't live under the same sky. Now, the choice was on Lin Ling and Duan Wangguang. If they dared to kill them, they would have to bear the blood oath of the Silver Moon clan. Not only them, but everyone would be implicated. If they let them go, everything would be peaceful. Of course, no one was sure how long this peace would last. After all, Yin Wenyin had suffered such a great loss today. After returning, would he really let Lin Ling and Duan Wangguang go? Taoist Master Duan Wangguang. Lin Ling suddenly looked at Taoist Master Duan Wangguang. Taoist Master Duan Wangguang gritted his teeth as if he was thinking about something. Finally, he looked at Lin Ling and said, You decide everything. I will accompany you. All right. Lin Ling nodded heavily and looked at Yin Wenyin with red eyes. You shouldn't have offended the host of our world's will. Finally, he made a decision. Father. Yin Wenyin, who had always been confident, finally felt that death was coming. He never thought that he would die here because of his carelessness while chasing the two rats. The two of you dare to kill him? I will exterminate your entire clan. I will exterminate all of you from generation to generation. I will never let you reincarnate, including all your family and friends. My Silver Moon clan swears to the universe. The glaring heavenly deity's voice became angrier and angrier. It formed a powerful curse power that enveloped Lin Ling and Taoist Master Duan Wangguang. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's killing intent was set. The sword of faith slashed down. Rumble. The small silver person was slashed by the sword and his body was cut in half. Finally, he looked at the glaring heavenly deity with reluctance and gradually dissipated in the clouds. Yin Wenyin did. It was not easy for me to have a son in my old age. You actually dared to kill him. You will regret it. Prepare to bear the wrath of my Yin Moon clan. Chapter 4999. Suffer the wrath of our Silver Moon clan. Be angry, be angry. The clouds were tumbling, and the voice of the heavenly god was still drifting in the air. Lin Ling and Duo stood there quietly, their expressions extremely solemn. They had both witnessed the powerful power of the Great Blood Oath entering their bodies, and they couldn't get rid of it. Unless the entire Silvermoon clan was destroyed, or Lin Ling and the others were destroyed, this blood oath would never be removed. Most importantly, this Great Blood Oath was fine if it was only Lin Ling and Taoist Duo Bao, but it was also related to everyone Lin Ling and the others knew. This matter is troublesome, Lin Ling finally said. He had killed countless people in his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a resentful Great Blood Oath. This was because this was also a sure-kill situation. We are fine, but we are most afraid of implicating the Yellow Emperor and the others. Taoist Duo Bao's expression was also extremely solemn. This was the terrifying part of the Great Blood Oath. It was said that as long as someone made the Great Blood Oath, they would consume their lifespan, and the universe had its own great laws that could envelop everyone in the Great Blood Oath. This meant that as long as they were in the Tao Pagoda, no one could escape. Unless they were like Lin Ling and the others, who were in the clouds, they could escape from the Great Blood Oath's detection and pursuit. Damn it, if only I could inform Yu and the others and let them return to the Lin Ling universe immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's expression became even more anxious. The clouds couldn't contact the outside world, which was a huge disadvantage. Yu and the others can escape, but what about the Yellow Emperor and the others? Taoist Duo Bao suddenly said, which made Lin Ling sigh softly. It's all my fault, all my fault. It's not your fault, they are the ones who pushed us too far. Taoist Duo Bao comforted him. However, it was just our guess before, and it might not be accurate. Let's not panic. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Now, let's cultivate here first. The two of them didn't leave the clouds. They sat cross-legged and recovered their strength. On the other side, in the Holy Ocean City, a large number of experts rushed into the Holy Ocean City as if they had been summoned. What happened? The people passing by were very surprised. It was the first time they had seen the Ocean Saint City so turbulent. I heard that the son of the Silvermoon clan's patriarch, Yin Wenyan, is dead. What? Someone dares to kill Yin Wenyan? Are you crazy? I don't know if it's true, but I've heard of such rumors. A series of exclamations floated out from the holy city of the ocean, but when the news came out, everyone was scared to the point of trembling a little. Everyone knew how terrifying the patriarch of the Silvermoon clan was. Not to mention killing Yin Wenyan, even if he dared to be arrogant in the Ocean Saint City, the end result would be his entire clan being killed. As for the patriarch of the Silvermoon clan, Yin Wanguang, he had a son when he was old. It was said that it took him more than 800 million years to give birth to Yin Wenyan. How could he not dote on him? Moreover, Yin Wanguang was not the only one who doted on him. Even the Silver Moon God clan doted on him. The Silver Moon God clan was the strongest in the Silver Moon God clan. It was said that he was from the same era as Pangu and the other ancient gods. If the news was true, those murderers would definitely die. I heard that God Ancestor Silver Moon is in a higher place in the Tao Pagoda. Otherwise, he would have overturned the second level. A god said uneasily. When he thought of how terrifying God Ancestor Silver Moon was, he trembled with fear. Now, even without the Silver Moon God clan, the current patriarch of the Silver Moon clan is enough to overturn the second level of the city of myriad gods. Another god said, maybe what you said is just a rumor. However, more people still did not believe the rumors. After all, no one was so crazy as to kill Yin Wenyan. Does anyone know these two people? However, at this time, an old voice resounded throughout the city, those who know will be rewarded handsomely. Two portraits appeared. They were Lin Ling and Yin Wenyan. These two people killed my son. I have made a blood oath to exterminate their entire clans. Who knows? The voice was mixed with billowing anger, and it spread to everyone's ears. The Ocean Saint City was in an uproar. No one had expected the rumors to be true. Crazy. These two people were crazy. If you don't report it, not only will you be killed, but your family and friends will also suffer. The voice floated out again, frightening everyone. Now, regardless of whether they knew these two people or not, the consequences would be severe. So domineering. Of course, some gods were not reconciled. This man, catch him, kill him, and exterminate his entire clan. Unfortunately, saying this in the Ocean Saint City could not escape Yin Wentian's senses. Yin Wenyan roared angrily. Ah, no, spare my life, I just spoke without thinking. That god's expression changed greatly, and he kept begging for mercy. What was more terrifying was that he was a Saint Universe god. However, in the Ocean Saint City, ordinary Saint Universe gods were useless. A large number of great beings from the Silver Moon clan besieged that god and killed him in the end. This man is Moon Elder Wanshan. We know his whereabouts. Someone said solemnly. Come, exterminate the entire clan of Moon Elder Wanshan. If anyone in the city of myriad gods dares to stop you, just say that this is the order of the Silver Moon clan. The cold voice floated throughout the city. It was incomparably domineering and arrogant. It was obvious that the Silver Moon clan was truly furious. For Lin Ling and Feng Yu, they did not hesitate to stir up an era. They were swift and decisive, and they wanted to know the whereabouts of Lin Ling and Feng Yu immediately. I know that old man is Taoist Master Duo Bao. Finally, someone said anxiously. Good, this person will be heavily rewarded. With a flash of light, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man appeared on the street. He was 2 meters tall and had a thick silver beard on his face. He wore a silver robe and had an awe-inspiring presence. With his hands behind his back, he looked down at the person who spoke. Being stared at by this middle-aged man, that god trembled all over. He did not dare to look at him and lowered his head to speak. Speak! The middle-aged man was Yin Wenyan. His appearance silenced the entire city, and the gods even slowed down their breathing. This person fought with me on the first level of the Dao Tower, so I know him. I know him, but if I tell you, you must protect me because he knows many great beings. I'm afraid he will come back to kill me. That god lowered his head and said, Don't worry, the Silver Moon clan will protect you. Yin Wenyan said coldly, You just need to tell me where he came from. He came from the void of Zhuzhou. He has many friends, including Lin Ling and the great god of Ling Nation. Oh right, the 5 emperors are also friends with him. Among them, the Yellow Emperor is the most familiar with him. That god gritted his teeth and said, He knew that if he did not speak, he would die. The Yellow Emperor is it? Come, protect this person for the rest of his life. Give him treasures. Give him whatever he wants. Yin Wenyan shouted, incomparably heroic. He wanted Lin Ling and Feng Yu to know that if they dared to kill his son, even if they hid at the ends of the earth, it was useless. The Silver Moon clan had the power to plunder everything. Chapter 5000. Yellow Emperor, I know. I met them not long ago. They just entered the 3rd level and are now in the area of Tree City. They are gathering. A god said, I know too. Even more gods shouted, deeply afraid that they would be implicated as well. Tree City is it? Let's go to Tree City immediately. Yin Wanguang ordered. With a wave of his arm, the entire city shook. A large number of Silver Moon battleships flew out. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. He reappeared on the battleships and flew towards Tree City. How terrifying! Yeah, the Silver Moon clan's anger is unstoppable. They used all their ancient forces to kill those 2. Those 2 are idiots. They could have provoked anyone but the Silver Moon clan. They even killed Yin Wenyan. There's no way to stop them. It's a pity that their family and friends are going to suffer. Watching the Silver Moon clan leave, the people of Ocean Saint City discussed animatedly. At this moment, the city of myriad gods was also in an uproar. The news spread like a snowball. The faces of the city lords changed slightly. It was the first time they saw the Silver Moon clan so crazy to plunder 2 people in the city of myriad gods. Those 2 are crazy. The Yellow Emperor is related to them. He's unlucky. All the city lords were whispering to each other. Far away in the north, in the vast Tree City. The trees here were dense and filled with the rare universe wood origin. The Tree City was also one of the cities of myriad gods. There was a mysterious primordial chi under the ground that nourished everything. Brother Yellow Emperor, feel free to cultivate here. We won't be taking any of the treasures. An old man in a green robe smiled at the Yellow Emperor and the others. A green-robed ancestor, that's not good. The Yellow Emperor smiled at the green-robed ancestor as he led tens of thousands of gods to cultivate nearby. He naturally knew the green-robed ancestor. The green-robed ancestor was an ancient tree from the Desolation era and was extremely powerful. However, the Yellow Emperor did not expect the green-robed ancestor to reach the third level before him and become the city lord of Tree City. Of course, the green-robed ancestor was very powerful and qualified. What's not good about it? We fought side by side in the past. I call you brother because I treat you as a brother. The green-robed ancestor smiled. All right, then I, the Yellow Emperor, will take advantage of you. The Yellow Emperor didn't act pretentiously either. He had known the green-robed ancestor for a long time and knew that this person had many good friends. Being courteous to him would instead be insulting him. Ha! Seeing that the Yellow Emperor didn't refuse, the green-robed ancestor couldn't help but smile and said, "Our tree city includes the entire forest. You can peacefully cultivate here. No one will disturb you." He knew very well that the Yellow Emperor was one of the 5 great ancient emperors. He might be weak now, but he would definitely be stronger in the future. Befriending him now would be beneficial in the future. Everyone please. The green-robed ancestor said to the crowd. Thank you, Senior. Yu, Lei Gong, and the others gathered here and returned the greeting politely. After the green-robed ancestor left, they all said to the Yellow Emperor, "Yellow Emperor, your brother is very good. Now, we're going to set up camp in Tree City. Everyone can gather here. We'll have a place to set up camp in the future. Everyone will also find this place." Hee, the green-robed ancestor has always been hospitable. The Yellow Emperor felt proud and couldn't help but laugh. They didn't notice that the green-robed ancestor and the others had stopped in their tracks. A god was whispering something in front of him, causing the green-robed ancestor's expression to change constantly. "Ancestor, the Silver Moon tribe is rushing over. They're asking for the Yellow Emperor by name. They have ill intentions. Not good. We must inform the Yellow Emperor and the others and have them leave immediately." The green-robed ancestor's expression was extremely serious. He wanted to turn around. However, a few people beside him immediately pulled him back. "Ancestor, we can't do that. The Silver Moon tribe knows that the Yellow Emperor is in Tree City. If they escape, wouldn't we have to bear the consequences? Moreover, the Yellow Emperor and the others killed the son of the Silver Moon tribe's leader. That's a great crime. No one or anything can make up for it. If we help the Yellow Emperor and the others, we'll be going against the Silver Moon tribe." That's right. It wasn't easy for us to take over Tree City. Are we going to waste hundreds of years of effort just because of a few outsiders? Even if you don't look at yourself, you have to look at your brothers. The green-robed ancestor's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth. "You want me to betray them? This isn't betrayal. It's just that I can't help with this matter." "Yes, let them face the Silver Moon tribe. We're already doing our duty by not doing anything." The others continued to persuade him. "In the future, if they find out that I'm the one who harmed them, how am I going to face them? With their temper, they'll definitely kill us. After all, they treated me like a brother and I betrayed them." The green-robed ancestor kept shaking his head. "With just them?" The other gods snorted. "They're not even as strong as us now. Let's talk about it after they escape from the Silver Moon tribe. Ancestor, we can't miss this opportunity. Don't go down the wrong path." The green-robed ancestor finally made up his mind. He turned around and looked at the Yellow Emperor in the distance. His eyes were filled with guilt. The Yellow Emperor seemed to have noticed the green-robed ancestor's gaze. He looked over and smiled apologetically. It was as if he felt bad for disturbing Tree City. The green-robed ancestor couldn't bear to look at this smile. In the end, he left silently. Seeing that the green-robed ancestor didn't care about this matter, the other gods sneered and began to supervise Lei Gong and the others. Time passed quietly. Finally, a majestic aura appeared in the sky. A large number of battleships covered the entire tree city. Who's the Yellow Emperor? A loud and deafening roar came crashing down. The Yellow Emperor and the others were cultivating in the dense forest. When they heard this, their expressions changed drastically. The Silver Moon Tribe and the Yellow Emperor are there. Someone pointed at Lei Gong and the others and said, "You." Lei Gong and the others frowned because the person who pointed at them was the green-robed ancestor's trusted aide. Moreover, they saw that the green-robed ancestor and the others had disappeared. They didn't know where they went. "Very good, it's you." A burly middle-aged man floated out from a huge battleship in the sky. With a wave of his right hand, the portraits of Lin Ling and Taoist Duo Bao appeared. "Do you know these two people?" Yin Wangguang asked. "This." Lei Gong and the others had serious expressions. They didn't answer for a while. "Not going to say it? If not, all of you will die." Yin Wangguang's voice was filled with killing intent. "These people are very strong. Let me deal with them." The Yellow Emperor knew that he had no choice but to step forward. He said, "We know each other. One of them is Lin Ling, and the other is Taoist Master Duo Bao. I wonder if there is any misunderstanding between you two?" Chapter 5001. Your son. The Yellow Emperor and the others were shocked. They guessed that Lin Ling had gotten himself into big trouble. They stared at the experts in the sky and guessed that it must be a big trouble for them to come here in such a grandiose manner. "Do you regret it?" Yin Wangguang asked again, staring at the Yellow Emperor and the others. "Although I don't know what happened, there's nothing to regret. What are you going to do now? Kill us?" A voice suddenly rang out. It was Sakura. He smiled faintly and said, "If you want to see us begging for mercy so that you can lessen the pain of your lost son, I advise you to stop dreaming. We have experienced many ups and downs along the way. What's there to lose? I've never seen it before." "All right, who else thinks so?" Yin Wangguang laughed coldly. Me too." Yu and the others all spoke. Other than Xingyi and Nanwufenyu, the others looked at Yin Wangguang fearlessly. "Let me ask you one more time. Who is this Lin Ling to you?" Yin Wangguang asked. "He's our family and our leader." Yu and the others spoke in unison. "All of you must die. I want him to experience the pain of losing his family and friends." "Ha!" Yin Wangguang laughed maniacally. "The rest of you, if you want Lin Ling to die, step forward." Yin Wangguang spoke again. The Yellow Emperor and the others fell silent, frowning. Emperor Jun clenched his teeth and was about to beg for mercy. "We are all Lin Ling's friends. If he kills your son, then your son deserves to die." Suddenly, Emperor Shun said indifferently, his eyes fixed on Yin Wangguang. "Emperor Shun." Emperor Shun looked at Emperor Shun in disbelief. One had to know that Emperor Shun was Lin Ling's greatest enemy. Although they had made peace, there was no grudge between them. "Great Emperor Dijun, we should be united after coming to the 3rd level. If we fight among ourselves, how can we reach the 4th level? This Tao Pagoda has existed since ancient times and represents the strongest great cosmos. It is a powerful force that can fight against the primal chaos realm, but this path is definitely not an easy one. Great Emperor Dijun, if you are afraid of death, why did you enter the Tao Pagoda in the first place? Why don't we find a place to hide and cultivate? Isn't that safer? Since you've entered this place, you should be prepared to die." Emperor Shun said. Emperor Jun's expression changed slightly, and he gradually fell silent. He wanted to beg for mercy because he didn't want to die. However, since he did not want to die, why did he enter the Tao Pagoda? "Fine, all of you will die. I will kill you one by one in front of Lin Ling and Taoist Master of Many Treasures." Yin Wangguang said savagely. With a stomp of his foot, the silver light battleship shot out a huge beam of light, enveloping everyone on the ground. The Yellow Emperor's eyes were cold and he wanted to attack. He was not the kind of person who would allow others to trample on him. Who dares to resist? Everyone related to him will die. However, Yin Wangguang's angry roar made the Yellow Emperor's pupils constrict. In the end, he did not attack. His gaze turned to the tree city and landed on the green-robed ancestor. The Yellow Emperor knew very well that if he resisted, the green-robed ancestor would definitely be implicated. And this matter had nothing to do with the green-robed ancestor. Old brother Yellow Emperor. Sensing the Yellow Emperor's gaze, the green-robed ancestor felt a heart-wrenching pain. Even at this time, the Yellow Emperor still believed in him, but what about him? He was worse than a dog. Take them away! Under Yin Wanguang's roar, the silver moonlight enveloped hundreds of thousands of people, and they flew majestically into the distance. They're finally gone. Looking at the tree city again, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Although they were also the city of myriad gods, they were obviously unable to resist Yin Wanguang. And if Yin Wanguang wanted to destroy them, it would be a matter of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own men. If it were any other time, Yin Wanguang would naturally not be so crazy. But now, his son was dead. How could he not go crazy? Look, the culprit has been caught. It shouldn't be. It's probably someone related to the culprit. Sigh, they're really unlucky. Hundreds of thousands of people died to atone for their sins. The Silver Moon clan is indeed domineering. The huge Silver Moon battleship flew across the sky, and the people they met along the way were all discussing. Yin Wanguang, I'll help you. As they passed by Zhongyuan City, the Zhongyuan ancestor let out a low growl. Yin Wendian left in my Zhongyuan City. I can't escape from this matter. All right. Yin Wanguang nodded coldly. The Zhongyuan ancestor pointed out a direction and led Yin Wanguang and the rest into the distance. How did Lin Ling provoke these experts? Looking at their background, they're probably not much weaker than the Rotten tribe. Brother Ling wouldn't provoke them for no reason. They must have provoked Brother Ling first, and Brother Ling was forced to fight back. Now, where did Lin Ling go? I hope he's fine. The Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, and the rest were constantly discussing. They were very worried about Lin Ling. After a long time, the group stopped in a forest. They disappeared into the forest. The Zhongyuan ancestor said indifferently, "It's actually such a demonic forest." Yin Wanguang's face turned even colder as he shouted, "Destroy this demonic forest for me." He was very clear that ordinary people couldn't kill his son. Moreover, his son had brought out so many experts. It must be this forest that had stopped his son and the rest. Rumble. In the sky, hundreds of Silver Moon battleships gathered divine light and bombarded the ground. Xiu xiu xiu. Countless vines rushed out from the ground, and the more they were attacked, the stronger the counterattack. Destroy. However, Yin Wanguang was already in a killing frenzy. He ordered the Silver Moon clan to fight force with force and kill with all their might. With Yin Wendian dead, the entire Silver Moon clan has gone crazy. They're even fighting force with force in the demonic forest. If they're not crazy, what are they? At this time, whoever provokes them is equivalent to having half a foot in the underworld. I wonder if the two murderers will be caught in the end. In the distance, a large number of gods flew over. Seeing the demonic scene before them, their faces were all pale. Silver Moon clan, I'm here to help you. Moreover, some gods took the opportunity to befriend the Silver Moon clan and help out. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, the terrifying demonic forest was also eradicated. Flames soared into the sky, and the huge vines fell to the ground powerlessly, burned by the flames. Advance. Yin Wanguang seemed to be showing his anger to the world, showing the power of the Silver Moon clan. Tens of millions of gods advanced once again with great vigor. However, this time, the endless clouds stopped them. Destroy. Yin Wanguang ordered the Silver Moon clan to attack again. Rumble. However, no matter how powerful the attacks were, they would eventually disappear without a trace. This attack went on for a full 2 hours. However, the clouds continued to tumble and didn't move at all. Not to mention attacking, even the powerful devouring power couldn't devour the clouds. Yin Wanguang seemed to be getting more and more anxious. He couldn't wait to avenge his son's death. Yin Wanguang, don't. However, the Zhongyuan ancestor immediately dissuaded him. The others also spoke one after another. Chapter 5002. Hearing everyone's advice, Yin Wan Guang roared, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm going to fight it out with them. Is there anything in this world that can stop me from taking revenge?" Everyone was shocked. They felt that Yin Wan Guang had lost his mind. Yin Wan Guang, if you get lost in there too, that would be too easy for the culprit. How are you going to take revenge for your son? However, an elder suddenly advised. His words made Yin Wan Guang calm down. Only when it concerned his son's revenge could he remain calm. "Then what do you all say? If they hide in there and don't come out, are we going to wait here forever?" Yin Wan Guang roared. "How about this? Kill their family and friends. After all, if they are gods, they can sense that their family and friends are in danger. As long as the feeling accumulates, they will know that we are outside the clouds. If they don't come out, we'll keep killing until they come out," the elder suggested. He was the five-spirit prophet, and he was an ancient five-spirit tree. "You're right, five-spirit prophet." Yin Wan Guang nodded. "Sigh, I only hope that the Silver Moon clan won't do anything that will affect the peace of the city of myriad gods," the five-spirit prophet said. "Don't worry, I only want the culprit." Yin Wan Guang nodded. He looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others and said indifferently, "Who among you is closest to those two? Step forward." I'm his wife." Yu stepped forward immediately. Yu. Everyone was shouting loudly, not understanding why Yu took the initiative to walk out. "You're really straightforward." Yin Wan Guang was also very surprised. "We can't escape death, so why drag it out?" Yu shook her head and said, she was not afraid of death. She knew very well that they would definitely die if they were surrounded by so many experts. Since they could not escape death, she might as well be straightforward. She hoped that her death would let Lin Ling know that he would leave this place and come back for revenge after he became stronger. "All right, since you're so straightforward, I'll give you a quick death." Yin Wan Guang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the silver light turned into a light pillar and shot towards Yu. Rumble. Yu was bathed in moonlight and could not resist at all. Her body continued to burn. Yu. Lei Gong and the others were all shouting. They wanted to save Yu, but the silver light that enveloped them was too strong. They couldn't resist at all. He could only watch as Yu was burned to death. "Brother Ling." Yu remained motionless, with only a blissful smile on her face. It was as if she had returned to the Gu Yen sect in the rainforest, the scene of a young man and a young woman holding hands under the sun, walking further and further away. Yu is satisfied to be able to follow you for the rest of your life. Yu must not come out until you become stronger. "Yu, I won't be able to take care of you anymore. In a million years, Brother Ling, you must remember Yu." Although Yu had a blissful smile on her face, because of her reluctance to part with Lin Ling, a tear flowed out from the corner of her eye. However, they were all burned to ashes in the end. Yu. Seeing Yu die, and Yuer and the others all shouted and cried sadly. "Who's the second one?" "It's me. I'm also his wife." And Yuer shouted and tears flowed down uncontrollably. "Good, I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your man for killing my son." Yin Wan Guang nodded coldly and burned in Yuer again. "Lin Ling, right? Are you still not coming out? If you don't come out, your family and friends will all die. Also, don't think that this matter is settled. If you don't come out for a million years, I'll enter the underworld and ask for the reincarnation manual to find out the whereabouts of your family and friends. Even if they reincarnate, I'll take their lives. Come out." Yin Wan Guang's eyes were red and he kept shouting. "That's crazy. Hundreds of thousands of people were all killed just for Yin Wenin. Who asked those two to court death?" Some people sympathized with Yin Wan Guang, while others gloated. "Kill again." After Yin Wan Guang killed Yuer, he attacked again. At this moment, in the depths of the fog, two figures were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Suddenly, Lin Ling felt uneasy, and then he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His pupils trembled, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Then he spat out mouthfuls of blood. "Lin Ling, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Spiritual Master Duobao's expression changed drastically. He didn't know what had happened. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. Instead, he stood up and looked at the rolling clouds. "But why do I have this feeling? They told me not to go out." "No!" Lin Ling's heart was in pain. It was the first time in his life that he felt such pain. But he kept shouting and kneeling on the ground, kowtowing as tears flowed out crazily. "Lin Ling, what's wrong with you?" Spiritual Master Duobao was scared out of his wits. He looked at Lin Ling, who was crying in pain, and found it hard to imagine that this was the #1 god in Jojo. This was a man who had killed his way to the Tao realm and met countless ancient gods, yet he didn't retreat in the slightest. Such a man was actually crying. "You, senior sister, who is it? Who is killing them?" Lin Ling suddenly stood up, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The fog was attacked and turned into a vacuum. "You and the others." Spiritual Master Duobao knew what had happened, but he was afraid that it was a trap. Then he saw Lin Ling striding forward. "Lin Ling, don't be rash. This might be a trap." Spiritual Master Duobao roared and rushed in front of Lin Ling to stop him. However, when he saw Lin Ling, his heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. This was because this indomitable man had tears of blood flowing out of his eyes. How sad must a person be for him to shed tears of blood? At this moment, Spiritual Master Duobao didn't stop Lin Ling. Instead, he silently followed Lin Ling. His heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. It was as if he could feel Lin Ling's sadness. "Dead, they are all dead. Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, they are all dead." Lin Ling was like a walking corpse as he slowly walked forward. "This way." A voice was guiding Lin Ling to walk out of the fog. The voice came from Lin Ling's square prison. It was obviously the green-robed Taoist. "Are you crazy? The Silver Moon race must be forcing him out, and you are actually guiding the way. Guangqingzi, this is a life and death calamity that he must face. You and I cannot interfere." The voice was constantly drifting out, but no one heard it. Lin Ling was still walking forward. Scenes appeared in his mind. The Gu Yen sect that he met with Yu, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom that helped in Yuer, the Lei Gong that he met in the 9 Prefectures Void, the Yellow Emperor that he met in the Tao realm. There were too many things. These were all his family and friends. He had always been protecting his family, even in the Tao Pagoda. But in the end, they still died. Die for me. Chapter 5003. Outside the clouds, countless people sighed. Even some cold-blooded gods shook their heads secretly. Killing hundreds of thousands of people in front of so many people just for the sake of 2 people. Not everyone could do such a thing. However, at this moment, a sword rushed out of the clouds. The rolling clouds were actually split into 2. A white-haired man, holding a sword, walked out step by step. His pace wasn't fast, but he appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Behind him was an old man. The 2 of them are the murderers who killed Yin Wenyan? So cold. Why did his hair turn white? Everyone was extremely shocked. They never thought that the 2 of them would be the ones who stirred up the storm on the 3rd level. However, when their gazes landed on the white-haired man, they felt a chill in their hearts. Even looking at him was so cold, let alone approaching him. "You finally came out?" After seeing who it was, Yin Guang's eyes turned red. "You must be angry, right? How does it feel to watch your family and friends die?" Yin Guang roared ferociously as if he was venting something. "When you killed my son, didn't you think about my feelings? Yin Guang, finally gave birth to a son after so many years, but you killed him. What can't you talk to me about? Tell me, what can't we talk about? Why did you have to kill him? It's you. You killed them together. At that time I asked you to stop, but you just had to attack. Now you know what kind of mistake you made." Yin Guang kept roaring. With every sentence he said, his emotions rose. In the end, he even exploded with a terrifying aura. However, Lin Ling and Zhenren of Many Treasures ignored him. Instead, they stared at the remaining people. Lin Ling's hair was white, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't see Yu Yu and the others. He couldn't see his big brother, Lei Gong, Xingyi, and the others. Lin Ling, the Yellow Emperor, Great Emperor Zhuanshu, and the others were still there. At this moment, they were all looking at Lin Ling. When they saw Lin Ling's white hair and cold aura, they didn't know why, but they felt a heartache. They were too familiar with this man. They knew that even when he was suppressed under the 9 hells, he had never been so sad. "Ha, not speaking, I'll kill you again." Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Yin Guang gritted his teeth and roared, "Nan Wo Fing Yu. Of you." Lin Ling finally spoke. He stepped forward and slashed forward with his sword. "Stop him!" Yin Guang roared, wanting Lin Ling to taste the pain of losing his friends and family. Many of the Silver Moon race's experts rushed out to stop Lin Ling. Yin Guang continued to burn Nan Wo Fing Yu with his silver moonlight. "Lin Ling, every injustice has its perpetrator. You killed my son, so I'll bury your friends and family with you. In the future, if you have the ability, you can bury my ocean's sacred city with you. I, Yin Guang, can do that. Unfortunately, you'll never have that day." Yin Guang laughed heartily. He seemed to be very happy, but many people could sense that this laughter was a kind of madness. "Shio." Lin Ling didn't say a word. He just slashed out. Long. The dazzling sword slashed out, and half of the charging Silver Moon gods were slain. Many of them were universe gods, but they were all useless. Everyone's expression changed. What was Lin Ling's sword? Why was it so powerful? "Stop him." Yin Guang didn't kill Lin Ling. How could he let Lin Ling off so easily? Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he wanted Lin Ling to witness the deaths of his family and friends. "Stop!" Lin Ling roared again. He went on a killing spree. He was in a killing frenzy. As long as it was someone in front of Nan Wo Fing Yu, he would kill them all. "Stop him!" Yin Guang roared, calling for more experts to attack. These experts knew that their goal wasn't to kill Lin Ling, but to stop Lin Ling from saving Nan Wo Fing Yu. "Yin Guang, I'll help you." Central Yuan Old Ancestor also attacked. He looked coldly at Lin Ling. "The two of you caused me to be implicated. Now you're bearing my anger." "Lin Ling, I'll help you." At this moment, Taoist of Many Treasures also attacked. He activated his world will to help Lin Ling. Sigh, why kill so much? However, the 5-spirit prophet sighed. With a wave of his hand, an ancient 5-colored tree branch appeared in his hand. He gently brushed it. This brushing carried powerful divine power and the power of the universe. The devouring power released by Taoist of Many Treasures was swept far away. "You all are despicable." Taoist of Many Treasures' eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and roared, "If Yin Wenyan hadn't wanted to steal my world will and take our lives, we wouldn't have killed them. Although we've killed countless people in our lives, we can't just wait to be captured. Although we're gods, we're also humans. Since we're humans, we can't do it. We can't do anything." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Everyone frantically attacked to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling's white hair fluttered. His eyes were as red as blood. The cold air released from his body froze everything within 1,000 miles. But in the end, he could only watch as Nan Wo Fing Yu died. "It's their turn now." Yin Guang activated his silver light and attacked the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling's sword was also constantly killing gods, but he still couldn't save anyone. Powerless in pain. Yin Guang laughed even louder. "Lin Ling, don't be sad. The moment we stepped into the Tao Pagoda, we were prepared to die. In this universe, no god is immortal." The Yellow Emperor's body was burning, but he looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling's heart exploded. Although he had known this for a long time, seeing his family and friends die was still a knife to his heart. He still couldn't accept it. "Lin Ling, we don't blame you." Emperor Shun was also burning. She looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Emperor Jun, Emperor Zhuanshu, and the others had complicated expressions. But knowing that they were going to die, they gradually relaxed. Lin Ling, the path to the end of the Dao Pagoda was never easy. We can only say that we failed. The 5 emperors gradually turned to dust. Their souls were also burned into nothingness, dissipating into the sky. Gradually, hundreds of thousands of gods were burned. The scene was incomparably spectacular. Surprisingly, no one blamed Lin Ling. Everyone was prepared to die. Perhaps, when they weren't facing death, they were strong enough to survive. But when they felt that death was inevitable, they could face it openly. Perhaps they knew that they had done their best. Die, all of you. Chapter 5004. Now it's your turn. After venting his anger, Yin Guang looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, I know that you are the hosts of the world will and can be reincarnated. However, it will be difficult for you to enter the Dao Pagoda. You can only enter the weak myriad worlds. I will find you there. You will kill your family and friends in the myriad worlds again until you are too afraid to reincarnate. Ha! Hearing Yin Guang's words, many people shook their heads secretly. He was too cruel. Kill for generations to come, kill for people to collapse, kill for people to not dare to reincarnate. Wait, you can't kill him. However, at this time, a large number of figures appeared. They were all wearing monk robes. They were the 3 gods of White Mountain. Get out of here. Yin Guang recognized them, but he still roared. Silver Moon Clan, this is the order of the Buddha God. I hope you can give us some face. Among those people, the leader sighed and said, Revenge breeds revenge. When will it ever end? This will only make you sink into hatred for the rest of your life. Why don't you just let it go? You've killed hundreds of thousands of Lin Ling's people. Give Lin Ling to us and we'll purify him. Get out of here. However, Yin Guang did not compromise. He took a step forward and charged toward Lin Ling. But at this time, more people came to help. More than a dozen figures appeared, and their strength was heaven-defying. One of them slashed out with a sword, and actually blocked the silver light. Pearson. Yin Guang looked up and his expression changed dramatically. He looked at the others and found that they were all as strong as him. You can't kill Lin Ling. Pure Sun pointed his sword at Yin Guang and said, He is the disciple of Patriarch Bodhi. You can't kill him. Get the hell out of here. Even if Patriarch Bodhi is here today, I'll still kill them all. Taoist Pure Sun, I'll give you some face and let this matter rest. But if you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yin Guang said angrily, Don't think that Patriarch Bodhi is great. Our God Ancestor Silver Moon is not afraid of him. God Ancestor Silver Moon is indeed powerful, and we respect him. But we can compromise on anything, except for Lin Ling. Taoist Pure Sun shook his head. Hee, Mr. Pure Sun, what do you want Lin Ling for? Could it be that you are very interested in the host body of the world will? However, at this time, there were more experts who arrived. Their bodies reeked of stench, and they all wore large cloaks. Their bodies were covered in flying bugs. The gods in the surroundings immediately dodged far away, their expressions grave. Everyone knew that this group was from the ancient universe race, the rotting race. Yin Guang, we will help you. After the rotten race appeared, they all leaned towards the Silver Moon race. They had great enmity with Lin Ling, so naturally, they would not let Lin Ling off. Who would have thought that Lin Ling and Luo Feng would attract so many ancient races of the universe? When the crowd saw this scene, they all sighed repeatedly. Is that so? Then I will represent the Sun God race to help Lin Ling. However, at this moment, more people from the ancient races of the universe arrived. They bloomed with the light of the sun and stood on equal footing with the Silver Moon race. Sun God race. Many people's pupils trembled fiercely. One had to know that there were not many people from the Sun God race in the city of myriad gods. Moreover, their relationship with the Silver Moon race had always been bad. At this sensitive moment, they actually planned to help Lin Ling and provoke the relationship between the two races. Relationship. Sun God race, scram. Yin Guang was enraged. He did not expect that Lin Ling and Luo Feng would attract so many people's help. However, those who helped were not weak. If he wanted to kill Lin Ling and Luo Feng, it would be very difficult. You dare to kill my people? I will kill you. However, just as everyone thought that the two sides were in a difficult situation, a cold voice suddenly sounded. This voice came from Lin Ling. I will handle my own family matters. Lin Ling's white hair fluttered in the wind. His body suddenly enlarged, turning into a pangu giant and charging towards Yin Wanguang. He actually wanted revenge. Whoever dares to stop me will be the enemy of I, Lin Ling. When Taoist Pure Sun and the others heard this, they did not dare to make a move. Lin Ling, you are not his match. Within the sun god race, the 12-winged sun god anxiously shouted. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not hear it all. Even if he did, he would not have cared. There was only one person in his eyes, and that was Yin Wanguang. Come and fight. Yin Wanguang's body also enlarged, turning into an angry heavenly god as he viciously struck out with his palm. A full 500 billion divine force was struck out, and the entire sky seemed to explode. Boom boom boom. Even the gods who were close to him were blown apart. Boom. Lin Ling also punched out, but his huge body flew backwards. Facing 500 billion divine force, he could not block it. Bang. However, Lin Ling was like a madman as he pounced forward again. 3 extreme universe breaks were released at the same time. Lin Ling, I will help you. Taoist myriad treasures also flew out, fearlessly helping Lin Ling. Ant. Yin Wanguang's body bloomed with dazzling and ferocious moonlight as he pointed at Taoist myriad treasures. Voila! Taoist myriad treasures turned into nothingness at a visible speed, unable to withstand a single blow. Moreover, the moonlight pierced through Taoist myriad treasures and landed on the distant gods, obliterating tens of thousands of them. Although Yin Wanguang was only a Saint Universe god, he was definitely one of the best, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. Break for me! After killing Taoist myriad treasures, Yin Wanguang roared, and his divine force reached 800 billion, blocking Lin Ling's 3 extreme universe breaks. One had to know that this was soul power. This meant that the most basic attack of the gods, the power of the gods, could also reverse the universe if it was strong to the limit. Lin Ling, you want to kill me? Do you have the right to do so? The silver light brought with it a blinding moonlight and charged towards Lin Ling. He punched out and the universe appeared. It was vast and mighty, destroying everything in its path. Lin Ling knew that he was no match for Yin Wanguang, but he didn't retreat. His right fist collided with Yin Wanguang's, and with a boom, his entire arm exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Boom! Yin Wanguang withdrew his fist, and his fists rained down on Lin Ling's chest like a storm. Some of his fists penetrated Lin Ling's chest, while others destroyed Lin Ling's internal organs. Die! However, Lin Ling didn't seem to feel pain. His left fist was still attacking, landing on Yin Wanguang's face. Although it didn't cause any fatal injuries, it knocked Yin Wanguang's head askew. The two of them were like the most ancient giants who had mastered simple and crude close combat. Of course, no one dared to underestimate this close combat, because the power of their battle was enough to destroy any great universe. He's not seeking revenge, he's seeking death. The 12-winged Yang god saw this scene, and his heart suddenly ached. Lin Ling's wife, family, and friends were all dead. Lin Ling's heart was dead, so he was more like accompanying his family and friends on the road to death. You dare hit me? That. After being punched by Lin Ling, Yin Wanguang was enraged. He pushed his divine force to 1 trillion and attacked Lin Ling's head. This punch could take Lin Ling's life. Chapter 5005. The huge finger pierced through the void and shot towards Yin Wanguang at a terrifying speed. It was not difficult for this finger to destroy the great universe. Yin Wanguang also seemed to have gone mad. Not only did he not block it, but his huge palm was like a fan that ruthlessly slapped towards Lin Ling's head. Both of them were bloodshot. They were venting their anger for their loved ones. This was a battle to the death. Of course, Yin Wanguang was strong and could fight, but Lin Ling might not. The giant finger arrived first, breaking through Yin Wangguang's protective spirit essence and landing on Yin Wangguang's left eye. With a puff, the left eye was pierced through and blood gushed out like a raging river. This was a ghastly sight. Countless people cried out in alarm. However, Yin Wangguang acted as if he didn't know pain. His huge palms slammed towards Lin Ling with terrifying divine energy. Rumble. The deafening sound was like thunder. Lin Ling's cheeks were deformed and his bones cracked. Then his entire head exploded. Blood turned into a bloody mist and dyed the sky red. Haha, die for me. After Yin Wangguang succeeded, he punched at Lin Ling. With a boom, he broke Lin Ling's heart. At this moment, the 12-winged Yang God and Taoist Pure Sun both shouted. Their bodies trembled and they finally fell silent. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Lin Ling's headless corpse floated in the air, but gradually lost its vitality. His strength poured out like a great universe collapsing, exploding with a boom. Blood rained down from the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. The Lin Ling, who came from the void of the 9 states, was finally killed. Looking at this scene, everyone's breathing seemed to have stopped. They did not even blink. Of course, many people were not familiar with Lin Ling. They just suddenly felt that this man was a true hero. Even if someone helped him, even if someone saved him, he did not want it. He wanted to fight with his life on the line. His family and friends had died in front of him. He could not be a coward. He only wanted to fight. Yin Wangguang is blind. Everyone looked at the silvery light floating in the sky, and their hearts trembled violently. Yin Wangguang's left eye seemed to have been attacked by some unknown force, and it couldn't recover. Only an empty eye hole was left, and blood kept flowing out. It looked very ferocious. Ah, how dare you kill my son? How dare you kill my son? However, Yin Wangguang did not care about the pain in his eyes. Instead, he laughed wildly. He looked as if he was venting his anger, but also as if he was relieved. That man is indeed a tough nut to crack. He used his death in exchange for an eye that shone with a myriad of silver lights. Many people sighed inwardly. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to do this. At the very least, when one's life was at stake, so what if they were family or friends? Could they compare to one's own life? Alas! Taoist Pure Sun sighed and looked deeply at Yin Wangguang. As for the 12-winged Yang God, her eyes were somewhat moist. She was moved by Lin Ling. This man did not hesitate to fight a bloody battle against his enemies for his wife, for his family, and for his friends. He did not fear death. This was a real man. Suddenly, she envied the Yellow Emperor and the others. Look, he's not dead yet. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. The rain of blood was still falling from the sky, but a white-haired man was standing there. It was Lin Ling. He looked coldly at everyone present and did not say a word. Impossible, why isn't he dead yet? Many people were shocked. Being stared at by Lin Ling, they felt a chill in their hearts. He's already dead. This is his soul. Because he died with his eyes open, it will take some time to dissipate. However, at this moment, the 5 spirit prophets said indifferently. Hearing his words, many people relaxed. However, when they stared at Lin Ling's soul, the coldness in many people's hearts became even colder. A feeling spread in their hearts. It was fear. They did not know why they were afraid of that soul, but they felt that it was very terrifying, as if they were about to die in that soul. I'll be back. Suddenly, Lin Ling said softly. His soul finally began to dissipate as if it was being sucked into the universe. It flew toward the sky and gradually disappeared. I'll be back. This soft voice entered everyone's hearts and inexplicably made many people tremble. Would he be back? Although many people knew that this was simply impossible, they still felt very uncomfortable when they heard that curse-like voice. Can you still come back? Among everyone, only Yin Wangguang laughed loudly, not afraid at all. It was a pity that Lin Ling's soul had already dissipated. You are the host of the world's will. You will definitely be reincarnated. I will find you and kill all your friends and family in every life. Yin Guang laughed crazily and led the people of the Silver Moon race away. Everyone witnessed the disappearance of the Silver Moon race and sighed in their hearts. In order to avenge his son, hundreds of thousands of people were buried with him. Even the Silver Moon race had suffered countless casualties. Yin Guang is too crazy. The five-spirit prophet sighed. He knew very well that if he had not suggested killing Lin Ling's friends and family, perhaps even more people would have died in this battle. The crazy Yin Guang was someone who could do anything. This is normal. Both of them fought for their friends and family. There is no right or wrong. It's only about who is stronger. Yin Guang is right. That youth is also right. Their mistake is that they clashed with each other in their era and fought with each other. Someone suddenly said, "It was pure sun." That's right. Between them, there is no right or wrong. Whoever is stronger will destroy the other's entire race. However, Yin Guang is stronger. He won. The Zhongyuan patriarch also said, "Sigh, what a sin." The five-spirit prophet sighed softly. Perhaps if I had not made such an outrageous request, the outcome would have been different. Now, the situation has been decided. That man's departed soul is full of resentment and has a strong obsession. Perhaps he can really come back. It's possible. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Zhongyuan laughed out loud. Impossible. Gods who die in the Tao Pagoda will never be able to enter the Tao realm. They can only be reincarnated in the tiny myriad worlds. And after entering the underworld, their memories will be gone, and their cultivation will be gone. In addition, Yin Guang will find him and continue to kill him. This will cause that man to be killed again and again, never to be reincarnated. The others nodded. After the death of the Tao Pagoda, everything they had before had disappeared. Perhaps Lin Ling would no longer be Lin Ling. Let's go. Following that, everyone left one after another. Pure Sun and the others also looked at the ground and left in the end. The 12-winged Yang God was still standing there, as if she could not accept the news of Lin Ling's death. Then she saw a large number of gods searching for something on the ground. Chapter 5006. What are you doing? The huge sword slashed down, causing many gods to be dissatisfied. If you want to find treasures, come down and find them yourself. Why are you attacking us? Could it be that you want to take everything for yourself? Someone said angrily. All of you go to hell. The 12-winged Yang God's killing intent surged as it pounced down. Sigh, what a sin. Seeing a large number of gods being killed, the five-spirit prophets sighed again. You have guts. The remaining gods dispersed, not daring to provoke the solar god race. However, they were incomparably angry because they felt that the solar god race was too greedy. They actually wanted to monopolize all the gods' flesh and bones. Lin Ling, you will definitely come back. I will wait for you. The 12-winged Yang God continued to collect the flesh on the ground. Even if it was crushed into the size of a fingernail or dust, she would not let it go. As time passed, all the gods left. Only the 12-winged Yang God continued to collect Lin Ling's flesh and blood. 1 year passed, 2 years passed, 3 years passed. 10 years passed quietly. On the other side, the bronze door opened and appeared at the top of the Tao Tower, absorbing the souls of the dead. Put, 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 put. Inside the bronze door, terrifying nether lightning raged. Every soul that entered the bronze door was ravaged by the nether lightning. Their souls collapsed, leaving behind a weak soul that entered the netherworld. Because there were gods dying all the time in the Tao Tower, there were many gods that entered the bronze door. These gods were powerful when they were alive, and their souls were condensed, so they needed nether lightning to kill them. Moreover, the gods that entered the netherworld would no longer have their divine positions. If they reincarnated again, they would become mortals and would never be able to enter the ranks of gods again. After all, it was no longer the time of the great calamity of the world's will. There was no possibility of resurrection for gods. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. A powerful soul was struggling, and as it danced, the surrounding souls were all affected. The weaker souls were directly scattered, and they did not even have the chance to reincarnate. However, the suction force of the bronze door was incomparably powerful. It was like countless hands that pulled at the soul. No, no! The soul kept roaring, but it was finally killed by the nether lightning. Boom! Boom! 3 consecutive deafening sounds rang out. The previously lively soul was scattered, leaving behind only a wisp of soul that entered the underworld. And this wisp of soul had already lost its consciousness. It could only follow the laws in a daze. Damn it, the gate of the underworld, this is the gate of the underworld. Seeing this scene, the souls in the queue started to struggle, but it was useless. After the souls with intelligence were absorbed and destroyed by the nether thunder, they were all turned into souls with no consciousness. I died. And among the souls, a white-haired man was mumbling to himself, as if he was recalling something. When he looked up, he saw the underworld's bronze gate. The man finally reacted. He wanted to escape. However, he still couldn't escape the bindings of the bronze door. It was as if without the protection of the divine body, the bronze door was the nemesis of all souls. This is the soul of Lin Ling 9 lightning strike. At this moment, a dignified voice came from the bronze door, as if it had recognized Lin Ling. Lin Ling and the underworld had always had a great feud. The underworld had always wanted to find an opportunity to attack Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had repeatedly failed to die. Now, the underworld had finally found an opportunity. Lin Ling, to think that you would have such a day. Lin Ling's soul couldn't control itself and was sucked into the bronze door. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as nether lightning wreaked havoc. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. Sword of Faith. Lin Ling's soul kept growling. However, the powerful killing move of the past seemed to have been completely destroyed by the powerful attack of the silver light and disappeared. Boom! Boom! At the same time, nether lightning struck Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling's soul was extremely powerful, but it still couldn't withstand the nether lightning's attack. 3 more sounds rang out and then another 3. Then, a total of 9 nether lightning bolts attacked Lin Ling. How terrifying! 9 lightning strike. This is a treatment that only the strongest universe giant gods can receive. Who is this person? Far away from the bronze door, many souls trembled. Even though the nether lightning wasn't attacking them, their souls were still trembling. Ah, Lin Ling. Faintly, a loud laugh sounded from the bronze door. However, the soul in the bronze door didn't move at all. It didn't make any sound of pain. Even though the soul was constantly being scattered, it didn't move. The huge soul was gradually beaten until it was the size of a tadpole. It was incomparably weak. All of its memories and thoughts disappeared, leaving only its consciousness. What a tough soul. It didn't make a sound. However, this is just the beginning of the calamity. Enter the underworld. A dignified voice came from the bronze door. It was activated by the laws, causing the tadpole-sized soul to swim along with the laws. As it moved, it was like swimming in the universe. Moreover, it moved along a trajectory. Looking at the pitch-black universe, there were white lights in all directions. They were actually densely packed tadpoles. They swam from all directions, forming a dazzling path of light. They swam towards the same place. And that place was obviously the main road to the underworld. Such a long journey was undoubtedly exhausting the soul. Many tadpole-sized souls were exhausted before they reached the end. Moreover, in this pitch-black universe, there were strange fish with lanterns hanging above their heads. They were as large as islands and specialized in eating souls. One bite was a large swath, and the lanterns above the strange fish had a bewitching smell, causing many souls to take the wrong path. They swam towards the lanterns and were ultimately devoured. The souls of gods couldn't be compared to the souls of mortals. If they wanted to enter the underworld, there were more trials and tribulations. After all, when mortals were reincarnated, they would be moving forward in another universe. Only gods would be in this universe. Lin Ling's soul has been scattered. If he enters the underworld, he will have to start all over again. Did you manage to preserve his memories? It's safe. His memories are the foundation of his comeback. Unfortunately, even if his memories are preserved, he will have to encounter more trials and tribulations if he wants to recover his former strength or even surpass it. Moreover, in the underworld, there are many people who want to make a move on Lin Ling. Yes. In the lonely and silent universe, two voices suddenly rang out. Not good, that strange fish that devours souls is swimming over. At this time, one of the voices exclaimed, "Quick, think of a way to make Lin Ling's soul go to another path." In the vast path of light, countless souls swam like tadpoles. They didn't know that a crisis was approaching. However, among them, a soul's swimming speed had obviously slowed down, as if there was a hand pulling it. Rumble! Because it was too slow, a huge mouth appeared in front of it and devoured a large number of souls. This soul managed to escape this calamity. What was terrifying was that even though they were swallowed, those tadpole souls still swam forward, not knowing that a crisis was approaching. Chapter 5007. The long group of souls continued to move forward. Throughout the process, souls of the dead joined in from time to time, and they were all unconscious. After a long time, a huge light spot appeared in front of them. They had arrived at the destination. After entering, it was the netherworld. The reason for the bronze gate and the universe of souls was to continuously weaken the power of the souls of the dead, so that the netherworld could control them. After entering the netherworld, they would have to wait in line to be reincarnated. Some souls of the dead with strong creation could be reincarnated as soon as they entered the netherworld. As for some souls with weaker creations, they would spend their entire lives in the netherworld, unable to reincarnate. While these souls of the dead were waiting for reincarnation, they were also working for the netherworld, searching for the netherworld ores. When one of the souls of the dead disappeared into the light spot, a voice sounded. Lin Ling. In the previous life, it was Li Xiaoyao. In this life, it is Lin Ling. The voice continued to sound, revealing the origin of the soul of the dead. Enter the 9-star netherworld mine. Then, the old voice arranged the way out for the soul of the dead. Obviously, this soul of the dead was not qualified to be reincarnated and had to go through 81 tribulations. These tribulations were all great tribulations to torture the soul of the dead. Only after the tribulations were completed could the soul of the dead be reincarnated. Generally speaking, only unpardonably evil gods or gods with extremely bad luck would have 81 tribulations. Hee, you dare to offend the netherworld. Now you are in our hands. This is just the beginning. The endless light was like a flame, constantly burning the soul of the dead, making it as small as a hair. Then, the soul of the dead followed the law and entered the netherworld. A gate appeared, and Lin Ling's soul of the dead swam in and was brought into a huge mine. This mine was like a starry sky, with a meteorite vortex. From time to time, souls of the dead would fly out with great difficulty with huge rocks. Rumble. However, the meteorite vortex would occasionally spin, and the souls of the dead that swam out would be swept away. They were instantly seriously injured, and their souls became even dimmer. Some souls of the dead that reacted slower were directly obliterated. However, most of these souls of the dead had the shape of a human, and the newly arrived soul of the dead that was the size of a hair gradually turned into a human after landing on the ground. It was a white-haired man, but his figure was incomparably dim, as if he would disappear at any time. It's already very impressive that this departed soul hasn't dissipated even after going through a great calamity. It's probably a soul that committed a great crime. What a pity! After entering the 9-star nether mining area, it's very difficult to persevere. Look, he has the mark of the netherworld on his forehead. He's probably a serious criminal amongst serious criminals, and he'll probably be unable to avoid suffering. The departed souls all around were whispering to each other. But at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck and landed on these dead souls, causing their souls to dim even more. Hurry up and get to work. A 2-meter-tall yaksha with sharp fangs and a nether thunder whip in his hands said coldly. Then, it pounced on one of the souls and started to chomp on it, devouring the soul in large mouthfuls. Your Excellency, please spare my life. The soul that was being bitten became even dimmer as it begged for mercy. This was because he knew very well that once a soul completely dimmed, it would be destroyed, and there would be no more of him in this universe. Moreover, the process of being bitten was incomparably painful. No suffering in this world could compare to having one's soul torn apart. Hurry up and work, or I'll whip you to death. In the end, the yaksha let the soul go. With a swing of his whip, he made the soul work day and night. These souls had to enter the dangerous meteorite vortex to dig for nether ores. They could only rest for 2 hours a day until the creation was born. Only then would they have the right to leave. However, it was too difficult for the creation to be born. Most of the departed souls had spent their entire lives mining here. Where is this Puma? At this moment, the white-haired man stood on the spot in a daze, as if he had lost all his memories. But at this moment, the nether thunder whip swept over and landed on the white-haired man's body. His already weak soul was about to collapse at any moment. However, even though his soul was in intense pain, the white-haired man only frowned and then looked coldly at the yaksha. This person must have been a tough nut to crack when he was alive. This is the first time I've seen someone who could grit his teeth and withstand the nether thunder whip. A large number of souls entered and exited the area. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. How dare you stare at me? See if I don't eat you. The ferocious yaksha was furious and wanted to tear the soul apart. However, at this moment, a three-headed yaksha appeared and suddenly grabbed the nether thunder whip. He said calmly, "This soul cannot die. You have to torture him until he recovers." "Yes, my lord." "All right, let him go in mine." The three-headed yaksha looked at the white-haired man and then said coldly. The surrounding souls immediately trembled. They knew that this was a netherguard. He had a higher status and was stronger. He was the nemesis of the departed souls. The white-haired man did not say a word. He followed the other souls into the meteorite vortex. "Linling, right? The higher-ups have instructed us to torture you well. Now that you've fallen into our hands, you'll suffer for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years." The three-headed yaksha looked at the white-haired man leaving. Its 3 heads sneered and were extremely ferocious. It did not know what kind of trouble Linling had caused, but since he was in the mining area, it would not show mercy. At this moment, the white-haired man followed the crowd into the meteorite vortex. Rumble. The terrifying meteorite vortex rumbled and spun at a speed of 10 billion meters per second. After entering, the souls would be attacked by a strong wind. In the vortex, a large number of ores moved with the vortex at an extremely fast speed. The souls had to quickly obtain the ores in the vortex and then leave this place. If they left empty-handed, they would have to suffer the punishment of 10 lashes from the yaksha. "Kid, you're new here. Don't get too close to the periphery of the vortex. Go to the center. It's better to mine there. Sai, your soul is too scattered. If you're not careful, you might die here." The white-haired man walked forward and an old man beside him reminded him. The white-haired man looked at him indifferently and did not say a word. Instead, he flew to the center. Even so, it was still difficult for him to get close because his soul was too scattered. Get lost. Moreover, the ores in the center were easier to collect, so the vicious souls occupied it. When they saw the white-haired man approaching, they roared and a powerful storm blew the white-haired man away. The white-haired man's soul was too weak. How could he be a match for them? Moreover, he was blown to the periphery of the vortex. The area of rotation there was large, so the tearing force was even more terrifying. At the critical moment, the old man from before grabbed the white-haired man and stopped him from flying backward. "Kid, those are great souls. Let them collect them first." The old man reminded him again. The white-haired man looked ahead coldly and did not say a word. He was as cold as ice, but he did not move forward again. Chapter 5008. Let's begin. Here, without the supervision of the underworld, it's the most suitable. Another voice sounded, causing the white-haired man's eyes to flash. The next moment, he felt that his soul was being torn apart, and a powerful force was forcefully stuffed into his soul. Heart-ripping lung. The pain was even more intense than the underworld's lightning whip. The white-haired man could not control himself, and his body flew backward, shooting towards the outermost area of the whirlpool. "Baby!" The elder's expression changed instantly. "Why bother with him? He's just an idiot. I helped him out of kindness, but he didn't even say a word of thanks. He should be a mute." However, just as the elder was about to make a move, the souls beside him stopped him, causing the elder to sigh repeatedly. He could only watch as the white-haired man was torn apart by the whirlpool. "Ah, so painful. Puma, you, senior sister you, Lei Gong, everyone." The white-haired man kept roaring, and his soul seemed to be dissipating. He was getting closer and closer to the whirlpool behind him. Myriad silver light. Suddenly, the white-haired man shouted coldly, and a powerful force burst out from his body, forcefully stopping the speed of his flying backward, floating at the edge of the whirlpool. His eyes kept flashing, and memories surged into his soul like an ocean, strengthening his soul. He came from the ancient Face sect, from the rainforest's sacred ground. He was Lin Ling, the master of the universe. He was also the host of the world's will. And in his most previous life, he was one of the creators. Rumble. The white-haired man's soul kept shaking, and gradually his eyes regained their calmness. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was an incomparable coldness spreading. His gaze swept across the entire whirlpool, and all the souls looked at him, and their souls were all trembling. "So cold." This sentence floated in the hearts of all the souls. "Underworld, I'm actually in the underworld." The white-haired man muttered to himself, "I'm Lin Ling." "Lin Ling, you're awake." At the same time, a voice rang in his heart, and Lin Ling was shocked. "Guangqingzi?" "That's right. The square prison is still in your soul. Moreover, although your soul seems dim, it still hides two powerful forces. One is the host of the world will, and the other is something that even we can't detect clearly. The Four Directions prison is hidden in there, avoiding the detection of the netherworld." Guangqingzi's voice sounded, "I'm sorry for not being able to help you that day." Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart warmed. After going through so much, his heart was cold. But now that he had met a friend again, his heart was filled with warmth. "I want revenge. Yin Wan Guang killed my family and friends. I want to destroy his holy ocean city and plunge everyone into misery and suffering." Lin Ling suddenly said coldly. "I know that with your character, you will definitely want to take revenge. But now, you need to grow up and find the secrets of the netherworld. If you can return from the netherworld, you will definitely be able to take revenge for the annihilation of your clan." Guangqingzi's voice floated over, "Both the Taoist and I are helping you with this matter." "Taoist?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He guessed that it was the green-robed Taoist from the square prison. "Thank you." Lin Ling couldn't help but whisper. He closed his eyes and recalled the scene on the third floor of the Tao Pagoda. Finally, he took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. All the blood feuds were deeply engraved in his heart. Rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. What he needed to do now was to take the nether ores and leave this place and strive to make his soul stronger. Only when his soul became stronger could he use his former means. Especially the power of faith and the three ultimate universe break, these were his only means in the netherworld. And if he wanted to use the three ultimate universe break, a strong soul force was indispensable. As for the power of faith, he didn't need it. But now, because his soul was too weak, it was difficult to activate. Thinking of this, Lin Ling strode toward the center of the vortex. At this moment, there were a large number of powerful souls collecting the nether ores. "You didn't die?" The soul that had driven away Lin Ling was surprised to see Lin Ling's arrival. "Get lost or I'll kill you." Then he shouted in a low voice, "Baby, be careful." In the distance, the old man was also surprised and then shouted in worry. However, after Lin Ling's memory returned, his soul was more condensed than before. He could activate the most basic cosmic ray. He didn't use the demon vanquishing break and only maintained the state of activation. This caused the soul in front of him to tremble. Lin Ling's big hand reached out and grabbed the soul's neck. The soul was incomparably shocked. He knew that this white-haired man was a newcomer and his soul was not condensed at all. He had even attacked before, but the other party couldn't block the power of his soul. However, in a short period of time, the white-haired man's soul had actually exploded. "Spare me, spare me." The soul begged for mercy and trembled. Lin Ling coldly shouted and pressed forward with his soul. Boom! The soul in his hand exploded and dissipated like a dense fog. The surrounding souls were all shocked. Was he dead? Was his soul forever gone? Lin Ling didn't care about these souls. Looking at the dissipating fog, he silently chanted the Chaos Divine Formula. Gradually, a wisp of fog was absorbed by Lin Ling and merged with Lin Ling's soul. I can still use the Chaos Divine Formula in the Netherworld. Is it because I'm in soul form? However, my soul has become slightly stronger. Lin Ling thought to himself. In the Netherworld, it was very difficult to strengthen one's soul. It relied on endless time. However, with the Chaos Divine Formula, Lin Ling suddenly found a shortcut. Die. He looked at the other souls in front of him and attacked crazily. Sir! Those souls were all shocked. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's face was cold and he ignored them. In order to become stronger, he didn't hesitate to do anything. Moreover, he never thought of himself as a good person. In this universe where the strong preyed on the weak, he could attack anyone for his family and friends. Die! Lin Ling continued to kill the souls in front of him and used the Chaos Divine Formula to devour their souls. You're crazy! You dare to kill your own people! Where did this guy come from? Why is his soul so powerful when he just arrived? Moreover, why is he killing us? Could it be that we can help him become stronger? All the souls were greatly alarmed. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all. The powerful souls in front of him were all killed by him, and he continued to strengthen his own soul. Baby! Lin Ling only stopped when the old man behind him cried out in fear. He gave face to the old man. He strode forward and went to collect the ore. Wherever he passed, all the souls made way for him. They were completely afraid of this white-haired man. In the eyes of the souls, the white-haired man was as terrifying as Yaksha. Soon Lin Ling got the ore. It was a 5-meter-long ore. He dragged it out, but it was still very strenuous. He suddenly thought of Yaksha who had whipped him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. That Yaksha was definitely going to die. Chapter 5009. Time quietly passed. Batches of souls entered and left, but Lin Ling was still cultivating. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Lin Ling finally stood up. He dragged the ore and walked out of the meteorite vortex. His palm hung down. In his palm, the power of the worlds will flickered. Lin Ling, seize the Yaksha's body and you will have a chance to leave this place. At the same time, Guang Chengzi's voice floated over. Seize the Yaksha's body? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The sneer on his lips deepened. After a long time, departed souls swam out of the huge meteorite vortex. Some departed souls dragged huge nether stones, while others passed by empty-handed. Without a doubt, the departed souls that returned empty-handed were ruthlessly punished with 10 lashes, causing them to howl in pain. It was as though their souls were about to scatter. Lin Ling, come out and eat my 10 lashes. At this moment, one of the Yakshas stared at the huge vortex and shouted, as though it had been waiting for a long time, "Are you finally willing to come out?" From the meteorite vortex, Lin Ling slowly flew out while dragging the ore. He stared at the Yaksha, his eyes flashing coldly. When he had just arrived, it was this Yaksha who had whipped him. He would remember this grudge. Lin Ling, why aren't you getting over here? Beside the Yaksha, there were souls flattering it, speaking up for it. No matter where it was, even if it was dead, there were still people who flattered it. They only wanted to live a better life. Of course, stepping on the pain of others to live a better life also infuriated many souls, but they did not dare to speak. Lin Ling immediately stared at those souls. With just a glance, Those souls trembled. What a cold gaze. They had heard that this white-haired man was new and his soul was unstable. Why did they feel fear with just a glance? One had to know that they were constantly flattering the yaksha and were rarely whipped by it. Their souls were much more condensed than ordinary departed souls. They immediately did not dare to speak and obediently hid behind the yaksha. "Get over here and eat my 10 lashes." The yaksha was furious. "I've already brought it out of the mine. What right do you have to hit me?" Lin Ling replied indifferently. "Ugh." The yaksha was stunned. He thought that Lin Ling was a newcomer and would definitely not be able to bring him out of the nether mine, so he took the opportunity to teach Lin Ling a lesson. But who knew that Lin Ling would complete the mission? Furthermore, he could rest for 3 incense sticks of time. "So what if I took you out of the mine? If I want to hit you, I need your permission." Then, Yaksha became even angrier. The surrounding souls were shocked. How dare he refute Yaksha in the nether mines? Wasn't he courting death? Although the rule was that they didn't need to be whipped when they were brought out of the nether mine, the Yakshas didn't need to care about these rules. They could beat them if they wanted to. Come on. Lin Ling was not afraid at all as he looked at the Yaksha indifferently. The Yaksha had already raised his whip high and wanted to whip Lin Ling's arrogant soul to death. But he held back the next moment. Lin Ling had just arrived and his soul was not condensed yet. If he was beaten to death, it would be troublesome. He could not help but look into the distance. When he saw the 3-headed, 6-armed Yaksha king looking at him, he did not dare to attack. "Who told you to be arrogant? You're dead." The Yaksha glared angrily at Lin Ling and then ignored Lin Ling. Lin Ling dragged the nether stone and continued forward. The surrounding souls were whispering. This white-haired man was too bold. If he offended the Yaksha, he would suffer in the future. "Baby!" At first, the old man wanted to persuade him, but immediately, a soul beside him pulled him back and told him not to have anything to do with Lin Ling, lest he be implicated. The old man sighed softly and finally fell silent. Lin Ling also noticed this, but he did not care. After all, he would not stay in the nether mines for long. All the souls he knew were just passing clouds. Following the large group to hand in the oars, Lin Ling found a quiet place to rest. He seemed to be moving forward slowly, but in fact he was secretly investigating. He discovered that the nether mine was an island-like continent that floated in midair. Above it was a huge meteorite vortex. Below the continent was a layer of gray clouds, but he didn't know. He did not know how far it was from the nether world. "It's him. Let's go." As Lin Ling moved forward, all the souls he encountered avoided him, afraid that they would be implicated by Lin Ling. "I reckon that white-haired man will definitely suffer." They whispered as they left. They thought that Lin Ling did not hear them, but Lin Ling heard them all. He sneered and found a quiet mountain and sat cross-legged at the foot of the mountain. Around him, there were no souls. They seemed to know who Lin Ling had offended and did not dare to get too close to Lin Ling. This was even more convenient for Lin Ling. Indeed, not long after, a Yaksha came with a few souls. Papa. The Yaksha's pace was not fast. With every step, the lightning whip lashed out at the ground, causing dust to fly. This sound was undoubtedly very stressful. Any soul knew that the Yaksha was about to teach someone a lesson. "So you were hiding here?" Moments later, the Yaksha arrived in front of Lin Ling. It looked coldly at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged. "Do you think I can't find you if you hide here? How dare you resist me in my territory? It seems that I'll have to give you a few hundred lashes. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I brought the soul congregation tree. It can allow your soul to recover continuously. Then I'll beat you continuously and let you experience the pain of having your soul scattered." The Yaksha kept talking. Its fangs flashed as it laughed happily. Lin Ling, you're dead. Why don't you kneel and beg for mercy? If you lick Lord Yaksha's butt, he might be in a good mood and spare you a few lashes." The Yaksha's followers laughed gloatingly. "Lick butt? It seems that you have licked a lot of butt." At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He glanced at the souls and gave them a fright. They only dared to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling because they followed the Yaksha. If they faced him alone, they would probably have to kneel and beg for mercy. Lin Ling, you're not afraid. When the Yaksha saw that Lin Ling's reaction was calm, he was undoubtedly very surprised. In the nether mining area, which soul was not afraid of him? And this Lin Ling knew that he was coming, but his reaction was so calm? Why should I be afraid? Lin Ling slowly stood up and said, "Why do you think I'm looking for this quiet place? Are you hiding from me?" The Yaksha frowned and said in a low voice, "You're thinking too much. I'm thinking that if I kill you here, no one will find out." Lin Ling stepped forward, his eyes revealing killing intent. What? The Yaksha's pupils constricted. As for the few souls that were following him, their bodies trembled. Killed the Yaksha? After so many years in the nether mining area, they had never seen anyone who dared to kill a Yaksha. What's more, could it be done? Not to mention Lin Ling, this new soul, even if it was a soul that had been here for thousands of years, it would not be able to touch the Yaksha. Ha! The Yaksha laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. It was undeniable that although the souls of the dead had lost their memories, they were born with pride and did not feel that they were slaves. Chapter 50:10. Demon Subduing Break. At this time, Lin Ling shouted. A terrifying soul force rushed towards the Yaksha, and the cosmic ray sealed it. Ha ha! The Yaksha was still laughing, but its expression suddenly changed. Something was wrong, something was wrong. Why did this Lin Ling have such a powerful method? Your memories haven't been scattered. The Yaksha roared in horror. Any powerful soul that entered the underworld would have to go through 3 trials. The 3 trials were used to scatter the soul and memories, making the powerful soul force of the past disappear. However, the Yaksha discovered that Lin Ling had a soul force method. This meant that Lin Ling still had his memories. This was the first soul he had encountered in the underworld mining area that still had his memories. You're right, I still have my memories. Lin Ling sneered, and a powerful soul force blasted out. Now, his soul force couldn't be compared to the past, but it was still stronger than any soul in the underworld mining area. This was because when he recovered his memories, he also obtained a small part of his soul force. Moreover, he had devoured many souls. I know! The Yaksha roared in horror. His soul was swept by the cosmic ray, and it was on the verge of collapse. What happened? However, his shouts seemed to have attracted the attention of the distant Yaksha. Seeing this, Lin Ling was anxious. He urged all his soul force. If this didn't work, he would have to use the Sword of Faith. However, the Sword of Faith was not soul force. Once it was used, it would inevitably be discovered by the Yaksha in the underworld mining area. This was the reason why Lin Ling didn't use it in the beginning. Answer me. The voice came from the distance again. It seemed that the Yaksha were flying over. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. This was extremely urgent. Die! He roared, and then he heard the sound of glass shattering. The Yaksha's soul was crushed into pieces. At the same time, Lin Ling pounced on the Yaksha, and his soul entered his body. Just as his soul disappeared, 2 Yakshas appeared above the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. They were even taller and stronger, looking down at Lin Ling and the others. What happened? One of the Yakshas frowned. However, Lin Ling remained silent. He was still controlling the Yaksha's body. Something's not right. The 2 Yakshas let out a sound and flew down. They looked at the few souls behind Lin Ling, and the few souls were already scared silly. Their bodies were trembling. What did they see before? Seeing that the white-haired man had killed the Yaksha, he rushed into the Yaksha's body. Oh my God, what is this thing? They had been here for 1,000 years, and this was the first time they had seen such a terrifying thing. However, although they were trembling, the 2 Yakshas were used to it. It was a common occurrence for souls to tremble when they saw them. It's fine, I'm just teaching them a lesson. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. He controlled the Yaksha's body and looked at the 2 Yakshas indifferently. Oh! So that's how it is. The 2 Yakshas didn't suspect anything. They nodded and were about to leave with their electric whips. However, after taking a few steps, They suddenly turned around and looked at the few souls. Which one of you was beaten up? Previously, Lin Ling didn't beat them at all. He was just looking for an excuse. Now that he heard the Yiksha's question, Lin Ling became nervous. He immediately looked at the few souls and said, "Stand out." His voice sounded cold, but he was still very nervous. If these souls betrayed him, with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to escape from this place. Most importantly, he didn't want the underworld to know that he, Lin Ling, still had his memories. Otherwise, he would definitely be captured and imprisoned in some place, or even studied by the underworld. The few souls trembled. They looked at the two Yikshas and then looked at Lin Ling. However, when their eyes met Lin Ling's, a terrifying chill rushed into their hearts. It was very cold. It was a billowing killing intent. It was threatening them. If they dared to speak nonsense, they would die on the spot. "It's me." Finally, one of the souls walked out and said, "I made the Lord unhappy, so he beat me." The two Yikshas looked at the soul from head to toe. In the end, they couldn't find anything and left in big strides. Phew. Seeing that they had left, Lin Ling finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the few souls coldly. Plop. The few souls immediately knelt down and kowtowed continuously. "My lord, please spare us, we didn't see anything." They shouted at the same time. Lin Ling wanted to kill them, but he felt that he was unfamiliar with this place and might be seen through. Therefore, he decided to keep them alive. "Remember what you said. You didn't see anything. Otherwise, I will make sure that you will never be able to speak again." Lin Ling said coldly. I know, I didn't see anything before this. Nothing happened before this." The few souls hurriedly replied. "Let's go back." Lin Ling took a big step forward and led the way. He returned to the meteorite vortex and watched over everything. As for those few souls, they followed behind Lin Ling, not daring to even let out a fart. "You, come here and tell me about this mine." Lin Ling stood there quietly for a moment. When he saw that there was nothing unusual, he asked calmly. The soul didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. This mine was one of the mines in the underworld. The ruler of this mine was the three-headed and six-armed Yiksha king. However, the Yikshas weren't familiar with each other. Usually, if the Yikshas wanted to rest, they could just find a cave by themselves. This made Lin Ling feel relieved. He was most afraid that the Yikshas would gather for a meeting or something like that. At that time, he would inevitably be exposed. "Is there any way out of this mine?" Lin Ling asked again. Although he had obtained the body of a Yaksha, he knew that he shouldn't stay in this place for long. After all, Lin Ling was an important criminal in the underworld. Every once in a while, someone would definitely come to investigate him. There's no way out unless there's some good fortune. If you leave from this place, there's the dark clouds outside. If the Yakshas rush out of the dark clouds, they will die. So, this place is sealed? This, we don't know either. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't believe that there wasn't a way out. There must be, but these souls didn't know about it. In the following days, Lin Ling continued to supervise the souls while secretly searching the mine. However, the mine was empty. Other than the meteorite vortex, there were only dark clouds in the surroundings. Time was running out. The Yaksha king would come to find Lin Ling at any time. However, one day Lin Ling saw a place that seemed to be the way out. It was the crater of a volcano. However, from time to time, the soul congregation tree would float up from the crater for the Yakshas to cultivate. If ordinary souls obtained it and refined it, their souls would be more condensed. What attracted Lin Ling's attention wasn't the soul congregation tree, but the crater of the volcano. Because it seemed to lead to another place. In the following days, Lin Ling continued to secretly investigate the crater of the volcano. Finally, he prepared to escape from the crater of the volcano. However, on this day, the news of his disappearance spread. The entire mine was in an uproar. A large number of Yakshas were searching for him among the souls. Fortunately, no one knew that he had obtained the body of a Yaksha. Chapter 5011. As soon as he entered the volcano, Lin Ling felt a wave of warmth. It was very comfortable and made his soul more condensed. He looked around and found that the volcano was not dark. The walls were full of colorful rocks, sparkling and translucent. It was very magical. Moreover, there were small grasses growing on the walls. They swayed gently and gave off a very pleasant smell. It's the soul congregation trees. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had killed a yaksha not long ago, and he had many soul-amassing trees. This mysterious tree seemed to be a special product of the underworld. It could condense one's soul, and if one carried it, one's soul would not dissipate. Of course, Lin Ling urgently needed powerful treasures to restore his soul. Therefore, he had refined those soul congregation trees. Now, his soul had recovered 20% of its original strength. Now that he saw these soul congregation trees, he naturally wanted to collect them. He's running away. He's down there. But at this moment he vaguely heard a voice coming from the top of the volcano. The Yakshas had found him. The Yaksha king was probably there. The Yaksha king was very powerful. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was no match for him. But Lin Ling did not have time to collect the soul congregation trees. He quickly rushed down. Rumble. He sped up and a strong wind blew. If not for the soul congregation trees and the yaksha body that Lin Ling had taken, Lin Ling's soul would have been blown away. My strength is not as strong as before. My soul is much weaker. Even so, Lin Ling could sense that his soul was unstable, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Ling, speed up. They're catching up. Guang Qingzi's voice came. Do you need our help? But I'm afraid the god of the underworld will notice us if you release us. After all, he controls the underworld. If there's a powerful external force, he will definitely notice it. Although Lin Ling had never seen the god of the underworld, he had opposed the god of the underworld many times when he was alive. He was a wanted criminal. Not now. Lin Ling also knew this. Although he was being hunted, the pursuer was only the Yaksha king. If the god of the underworld chased after him, he could only wait to be captured. Strange, how did they discover me so quickly? Lin Ling was puzzled at the same time. Normally, even if a soul betrayed him, it would still take some time to find him. How could Yaksha king know that he was in the volcanic cave? It is indeed a little strange. Guang Chengzi also felt that the timing did not match. It's the end. At this time, Lin Ling said in a low voice. The yaksha moved its body and stood firmly on the ground. It looked around and then gasped. That was because the bottom of the volcano was filled with soul-amassing trees, and they were even older than the ones on the volcano walls. What a pity! If I wasn't being hunted down, I would have collected them all. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Ignoring the soul congregation trees around him, he randomly chose a direction and sprinted forward. The bottom of the volcano was huge, and with a large number of soul congregation trees, they could probably shake off their pursuers. Because the soul congregation trees had the ability to gather souls, Lin Ling's soul could hide in them and prevent the Yaksha king from spying on him. Just when Lin Ling thought that he was safe, Guang Chengzi suddenly warned him, Lin Ling, something is wrong. They have caught up with us. They are right behind us. Damn it, they must know where I am. They have checked something on me. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. It's your forehead, Guang Chengzi suddenly said. A strange mark appeared on the forehead of Lin Ling's soul. It seems that every soul has this mark. Lin Ling thought of the souls in the underworld mining area. They all had this mark. I guess this is a way of controlling souls in the underworld. Every soul that enters the underworld has this mark. Most of them rely on this mark to reincarnate. Guang Chengzi guessed. This thing is too troublesome. If I can't shake it off, the pursuers will keep following me. Lin Ling, shake them off for now. If you can't shake them off, use the sword of faith to fight. Hearing Guang Chengzi's suggestion, Lin Ling nodded and ran again. He walked like this for 10 hours. If it weren't for the soul congregation trees, Lin Ling's soul would have been exhausted. Now that he was in the state of a soul, even with the protection of the yaksha body, he was still much weaker than his original body. The wind would be cold, the sun would be hot, and the long-distance running would tire his soul out. And this is... After walking for a long time, Lin Ling suddenly stopped. He saw a huge tower-like tree in front of him. This tree was colorful and dense with branches. A large number of corpses were hanging from it. It was extremely strange. "Oh my God, this is the king of the soul congregation trees," Guang Chengzi exclaimed in shock. "Can I harvest it?" Lin Ling licked his lips. With this tree, he estimated that he could recover 40% of his soul power. "Yes, you can dig out the roots," Guang Chengzi instructed. Lin Ling rushed over and dug out the roots. To his surprise, although the tree looked huge, it was not difficult to dig out the roots. In just a quarter of an hour, the whole tree collapsed. After the tree collapsed, the dried corpses on the branches fell to the ground and gradually turned into dust. The giant tree shrank and turned into the size of an ordinary branch. Then Lin Ling put it on his shoulder. "Lin Ling, run, they are approaching again." Guang Chengzi's voice came just as he got the king of the soul congregation trees and had not had time to refine it. Moreover, after the tree fell, the surroundings underwent a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering change. Especially the place where the tree was planted, a huge crack appeared. Lin Ling moved closer and looked around. He could not help but gasp. In the depths of the crack, a large number of toads could be faintly seen. They were piled up like mountains, layer upon layer. Furthermore, the originally motionless toads began to open their eyes one by one. "Run, these things are not ordinary." Guang Chengzi could not see what they were, but he sensed a terrifying aura gushing out from the crack. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Without wasting any time, he chose a direction and rushed forward. Not long after Lin Ling disappeared, a large number of yakshas appeared. They closed their eyes and seemed to be able to sense Lin Ling's aura. Then they said, "My lord, he has been here." The three-headed, six-armed yaksha king's face was extremely cold. "Damn it, he has opened the seal. A large number of dark toads will rush out. This place is going to be plunged into misery and suffering. This hell is going to be unstable. Go after him." Then, the yaksha king roared angrily. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was still running while carrying the tree. He was panicking and did not know where to go at all. Most importantly, he was being chased by the soldiers behind him, which made him very angry. It seemed that if he did not get rid of the mark on his body, his whereabouts would be tracked by the underworld at any time. Now, the yaksha king did not dare to report Lin Ling to the higher-ups of the underworld for fear of being punished. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have been caught by the yaksha king. After all, the underworld was not Lin Ling's territory. Chapter 50:12. Lin Ling nodded his head and increased his speed as he jumped into the hole. In the hole, the wind was extremely fierce. Luckily, Lin Ling was carrying the soul-gathering tree, so he was safe and sound. His body continued to fall as if he was falling into an abyss. At this moment, on the other side, there was a lonely land filled with rocks and no plants. Only the ground had light flickering from time to time. Looking carefully, these light rays were seeds that were as thick as a thumb. These were the seeds of the soul-gathering tree, which was also a huge treasure. Of course, in terms of nourishing souls, it could not be compared to the soul-gathering tree. Looking at the ground again, there were a large number of souls walking around, constantly collecting souls on the ground. "Senior brother Lin, look, I found another seed." In one direction, a lady happily picked up the seed on the ground. "The junior sister, your eyes are still the best." A man in a green robe could not help but laugh. He looked up at the huge island in the sky and said with respect, "Although this Avicii hell is very dangerous, the treasures here are much more than the other hells. Yes, as long as we complete the mission and collect 36 seeds, we can return to the sect." The lady said happily, "Show." But at this moment, a sharp black needle came and pierced through the man's head. His soul seemed to shrink and was sucked into the black needle. "Junior sister, save me." The man let out a painful cry. Unfortunately, it was of no use. In the end, his soul dissipated. The lady screamed in fear. Her senior brother was dead and his soul dissipated. He did not even have the chance to reincarnate and disappeared in the universe forever. Are you Fairy Xia from Wuyun sect? At this moment, a skinny man walked over. He was the one who released the black needle. It's you, Yadu from the rotten race. The lady looked at the skinny man with fear in her eyes. The rotten race was an extremely famous god in the universe. After they died, they entered the underworld and were extremely united. Although they were not enemies with Wuyun sect, their relationship was extremely ordinary. She did not expect that this man called Yadu would dare to kill her senior brother. What are you trying to do? The woman silently took a step back. I've long coveted your soul. Let's dual cultivate our souls and increase our strength. If we can obtain good fortune, then we can be reincarnated. Why should we stay in this place that is neither human nor ghost? The thin man licked his lips as he walked. His appearance was extremely ugly. His mouth was sharp, and he had the face of a horse. Moreover, his body was filthy and incomparably smelly. No, I won't. This woman obviously knew Yadu and knew that he was lusting after her beauty. If they were in the sect, Yadu wouldn't dare to mess around, but in this place, there was no sect to take care of him, so Yadu would probably do anything. However, this woman called Fairy Xia was indeed beautiful. Even though she was just a soul, her skin was as white as snow and her facial features were exquisite. Paired with her pink dress, she was like an otherworldly fairy. Fairy Xia, don't worry, it won't hurt. It's very comfortable. Yadu licked his lips and moved closer to the woman. However, at this moment, a humming sound came from the sky. Then, a huge object fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Then, a dark gray yaksha with sharp fangs slowly crawled up. Not good, yaksha. Yadu's expression changed. Fairy Xia also knew that things were going to be troublesome. At the same time, the yaksha also saw the two people. However, he immediately looked at the huge island above his head and his expression changed drastically. He knew that they had smashed into the ground from the netherworld mining area through the underground hole. Then, he looked at Yadu and the woman with cold eyes. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. He didn't say a word. Instead, a powerful cosmic ray shot out. Sir, no. Yadu felt that a terrifying soul attack was coming, causing his soul to tremble. Subconsciously, he activated the black needle, wanting to kill the yaksha. You don't know what's good for you. The yaksha coldly spat out a sentence, and the cosmic ray shot out completely. Boom! A crisp sound was heard. Yadu's soul dissipated. However, what was strange was that although his soul had been destroyed, he was still standing in the same place. Upon closer inspection, one could see that only the surface layer of his soul was left. The inside was already empty. I'll take your soul. The yaksha suddenly collapsed, and the figure of a white-haired man rushed out from it and then shot into Yadu's soul. Ah! What's going on? Fairy Xia, who was beside him, was already frightened. She sat on the ground, trembling as she witnessed everything. At this time, the ugly Yadu opened his eyes and looked at Fairy Xia indifferently. Just one glance was enough to make Fairy Xia feel cold all over. Where is this place? Yadu asked coldly. He was Lin Ling. This is the Avicii Hell. Fairy Xia immediately said. What are you doing here? Lin Ling asked again. Fairy Xia didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything she knew. It turned out that there were many sects in the Avicii Hell. Below the island, because the seeds of the soul-gathering tree were scattered from time to time, the sects would gather disciples to collect them at a certain time as a sect mission. Take me away. After Lin Ling learned of everything, he immediately ordered. You won't kill me, right? Fairy Xia said nervously. If you don't leave now, you'll die. Lin Ling looked at the huge island above his head and knew that danger was coming at any time. He said coldly, Don't kill me. I'll take you. Fairy Xia quickly nodded. Lin Ling rushed to Yaksha's side, carried the soul-gathering tree king, and then left with Fairy Xia. He knew that Yaksha king knew that he had disappeared and would definitely find this land. That was why he had abandoned Yaksha's body. However, carrying the soul-gathering tree was too eye-catching, so he planned to find a place to refine it and then think of a way to leave. And along the way, Lin Ling also encountered quite a few sect disciples. What was strange was that they all mainly cultivated the soul and did not have any divine essence themselves. What kind of god were you before? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask Fairy Xia. Unfortunately, Fairy Xia shook her head. Those who entered the underworld had long lost their memories of when they were alive. Even the giant gods of the universe were the same. It seems that after entering the underworld, it's like entering a new world. My soul has also started a new life. Lin Ling thought to himself. Rest in the cave in front. After a long time, Lin Ling pointed ahead. This land was even more vast. If Yaksha King and the others wanted to find Lin Ling, they would need more time. In addition, Lin Ling had abandoned Yaksha's body, which made it even more difficult for Yaksha King and the others. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to refine the soul-gathering tree king. Fairy Xia was a little hesitant. She was truly afraid of this mysterious man. There was no one in the cave. If this man did anything to her, then even the heavens would not be able to respond. She knew that she was beautiful, and she also knew that many people wanted to cultivate their souls with her. This man couldn't be thinking the same thing, right? Chapter 50:13. The cave was silent. Outside, there were souls wandering around, collecting the seeds of the soul-gathering tree. However, Fairy Xia did not dare to shout. She was afraid that this white-haired man would kill her. She kept staring at Lin Ling, looking at Lin Ling's ugly face, sharp teeth, long face, and smelly body. She became more and more uneasy. However, as time passed, she found that Lin Ling did not even look at her. He was still refining the soul-gathering tree king. This made Fairy Xia gradually calm down. She thought to herself, who is this person? Is he a Yaksha? Or a ghost? Also, how did he get the soul-gathering tree? Her initial fear gradually turned into curiosity. If it was a soul, then this soul was too powerful. After all, she knew that Yakshas were netherworld soldiers controlled by the netherworld god. No one had ever dared to attack a Yaksha. Even their sect leader would be respectful when meeting a Yaksha. However, she did not dare to think about it anymore. When dealing with a fugitive like this, if she knew too much, she would die even faster. Lin Ling did not know what she was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care. He was fully focused on refining the soul-gathering tree king. The soul-gathering tree in his hand was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if it was being burned, but no flames could be seen. After a long time, the soul-gathering tree was finally burned to ashes. Lin Ling's soul power had recovered by more than 40%. Lin Ling, your soul power has recovered. Ordinary netherworld soldiers are probably no match for you. Guang Qingzi sensed Lin Ling's soul power and could not help but feel happy for Lin Ling. I was just lucky. However, Lin Ling was not happy at all. He looked outside the cave, and a cold, murderous intent filled the air. I still have to go back. I, Lin Ling, will take revenge for the destruction of my sect. His voice was not loud, but it suddenly made the cave colder. Fairy Xia, who was in the depths of the cave, trembled. Sure enough, this was a fugitive who killed people like flies. I know you will definitely kill Yin Wangguang and destroy the holy city of the sea. However, the Silver Moon clan is very powerful. Their god ancestor is more powerful than me. I guess he is as powerful as Dipankara Buddha of the 3 holy gates of the Divine Mountain, your master Patriarch Bodhi. Guang Qingzi explained. Patriarch Bodhi is not my master. He is my benefactor. Lin Ling shook his head and said, no matter what the Silver Moon clan is, if they dare to kill my friends and family, I will kill them. At this moment, Guang Qingzi said, right, you are now in the underworld. Perhaps you can find the souls of your wife and the others. If you have the power to bring them out of here, they can be revived. However, after they are revived, they will not have a physical body. They will have to replace them in the universe. They have reconstructed their bodies. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That's right, he was in the underworld. As long as Yu and the others were not reincarnated, he could find them. Moreover, even if they were reincarnated, as long as Lin Ling had a way to get their memories, he could restore them. As for the physical body, Lin Ling could create it in the universe. Long Yang's physical body had been destroyed, but Lin Ling had created it. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's heart burned with the flames of war. However, if you want to take them with you in the netherworld, your strength must be very, very strong. Now that you don't have a physical body, even if your soul power has become stronger, it will be difficult for you to use your original strength. Guang Qingzi said, if only there was a way to get a physical body. Unfortunately, these Yakshas' physical bodies are too weak. It is difficult for them to cultivate divine origin. They can only cultivate nether chi. Lin Ling sighed. Don't worry. The netherworld is very big. It has 18 levels of hell and the final netherworld. You will find a suitable physical body sooner or later. Guang Qingzi comforted him. Lin Ling nodded. He also found that the netherworld was very big. It was not weaker than the Tao Pagoda, but the master here was the underworld god. The netherworld can control any giant god of the universe. It seems that the underworld god's strength surpasses Patriarch Bodhi and the others. Lin Ling pondered and then asked. Not necessarily. The underworld god is the most powerful in the netherworld, but outside, his strength is at most slightly stronger than Patriarch Bodhi and the others. Guang Qingzi said, the netherworld is actually one of the great universes, but it is not an independent one. It is together with the oldest chaos realm. Of course, the chaos realm is very majestic. Even if the underworld god controls a part of it, his strength is still very strong. Strong as the heavens. Hearing this, Lin Ling understood and then stopped thinking about it. He looked at Fairy Xia in the depths of the cave. With just a glance, Fairy Xia's expression changed greatly. Take me out of here, Lin Ling said coldly. He already knew that this was the Avicii hell, but it was too close to the nether mine and would be easily discovered by the Yaksha king. Only by leaving this area would he be safe. Of course, if he could leave the Avicii hell, it would be even safer. At that time, he would have time to deal with the underworld mark on him. Okay, as long as you don't kill me, anything is fine, Fairy Xia said nervously. Lin Ling's soul power had increased greatly, and he was not afraid of Fairy Xia's tricks. He immediately walked out of the cave, and Fairy Xia followed nervously behind Lin Ling. If you want to return to the sect, you must collect enough soul-gathering tree seeds. Fairy Xia hesitated for a long time and then said softly, I have them. You just need to lead the way. Lin Ling replied coldly. He had obtained the soul-gathering tree king before and had a large number of seeds. Naturally, he could complete the task. Hearing this, Fairy Xia no longer hesitated and led Lin Ling forward. After a long time, a black circle of light appeared in front of them. It lay flat on the ground, and it was very large and constantly wriggling. We're here. We can leave this place and return to the sect, Fairy Xia said happily when she saw the circle of light. Lin Ling did not say anything and gestured for Fairy Xia to lead the way. A large number of souls entered the black circle of light. They were all disciples of the sect who had completed the task. Lin Ling was already used to the fact that there were sects in the underworld. He knew that they wanted to cultivate and obtain good fortune so that they could be reincarnated as soon as possible. Of course, with Fairy Xia's explanation, he knew that there were people in the underworld who had cultivated a physical body and become the underworld god's people. After a while, Lin Ling followed Fairy Xia into the circle of light. Then, his soul shook and he appeared on a plain. This place was similar to the outside world, but the sky was very dark, causing the plants and mountains to be dark as well. It made one feel a little depressed. Fairy Xia. Someone saw Fairy Xia and immediately shouted. Then, a large number of souls floated over. Lin Ling looked carefully and found that these souls were all wearing the same clothes. They seemed to be the robes that represented the sect. An old woman stared at Fairy Xia and was very happy. Then, she frowned and looked at Lin Ling. It's Yadu. Fairy Xia's sect recognized Yadu. Where's your senior brother? Also, why are you with Yadu? The old woman looked at Fairy Xia and asked. Lin Ling sensed that this old woman was very strong. She was even stronger than an ordinary underworld weapon. Chapter 50:14. It's like this. We met the disciples of other sections. They wanted to dual cultivate with me. My senior brother was killed in order to protect me. But Yadu suddenly came and saved me. Fairy Xia did not expose Lin Ling in the end. Is that so? The old woman felt strange as she looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. Yadu, isn't he usually not serious? Why did he suddenly save junior sister Xia? Moreover, Yadu is too quiet today. The surrounding senior and junior brothers all knew about Yadu, so they looked at Lin Ling suspiciously. Lin Ling did not care at all. He had already left the nether mines and could leave at any time. What did other people's suspicions have to do with him? In the end, the old woman ignored them. However, at this time, a dozen yakshas walked over. They looked at the sect leaders and asked, "Did you see anyone suspicious?" These yakshas had actually come out before Lin Ling and were searching for Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he remained silent. "May I know who you are looking for?" A sect leader asked. "A white-haired man. His name is Lin Ling." The yaksha waved his right hand and his soul force formed a portrait. It was a white-haired man with a cold expression. However, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Only Fairy Xia's pupils trembled violently. Sure enough, this white-haired man had escaped from the nether mines. Heavens, this was the first time she had seen a soul escape from the nether mines. Since there is no one, forget it. Remember, if you see anyone suspicious, immediately inform us. Seeing that they did not find anything, the yakshas left and went to another place to ask. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He was about to leave when he saw the old woman looking at him strangely. She seemed to be suspicious of him. He was not afraid of the old woman or the yakshas. However, if he was discovered, there would be more experts chasing after him. This was not something he wanted to see. Moreover, the yakshas had already searched this place. Perhaps it would not be long before the yaksha king arrived. With the mark of the underworld on him, he would be discovered very soon. "Yadu, thank you for saving me." However, just as the old woman was suspecting Lin Ling, Fairy Xia suddenly took the initiative to speak, causing the old woman and the others to frown. Could it really be Yadu? "Master, Yadu saved me. I want to thank him and take him to find the people." Meanwhile, Fairy Xia gazed at the old woman as she spoke. Even though the old woman was puzzled, she didn't stop her. Under Fairy Xia's lead, Lin Ling finally left the crowd of sects. "Hurry up and leave. My master and the others are already suspecting you. If you continue to stay here, you will definitely be in danger." To be. Why are you helping me? Although you give me a very scary feeling, I feel that you are not an unforgivable evil person. You must have something you want to do. That's why you are so heartless. Fairy Xia smiled. Lin Ling was silent. He turned and left. Fairy Xia looked at Lin Ling's back. She felt very strange. Although she had not spent much time with Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling was cold and heartless, she did not know why she felt very safe when she was by Lin Ling's side. Sigh. Then she sighed. She knew that it would be difficult to see Lin Ling again. Lin Ling followed the mountain range. Along the way, he avoided many dead souls. He even avoided a few yakshas. He realized that there were many souls in this level of hell. It was beyond his imagination. "Lin Ling, that little beauty is interested in you." Guang Qingzi's voice sounded. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Ling almost scolded him. Guang Qingzi was still paying attention to these things at a time like this. "I'm not talking nonsense. Don't you know that cold men are fatally attractive to some women?" Guang Qingzi continued to laugh. "Then you can be cold. There are many fairies pursuing you." Lin Ling said unhappily. "Lin Ling, bad news. The Yaksha king is coming this way. He found you." Guang Qingzi wanted to liven up the atmosphere. But soon, his voice became serious. It seems that the underworld mark is a ticking time bomb. If I don't destroy it, I won't be able to escape from their sight. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He sped up and ran along the mountain range. Lin Ling, there are many yakshas chasing you. They are coming from all directions. Guang Qingzi's voice became even more anxious. Lin Ling's heart sank. He thought that after leaving the bottom of the volcano, he would be free to fly. Who knew that it would be easier for him to be hunted down? Perhaps the Yaksha King and the others would be able to detect Lin Ling's aura in this plane. Guang Qingzi, is there no way to escape? Lin Ling asked anxiously. There are yakshas coming from all directions. There is no way to escape. They have already locked onto you. I estimate that they will arrive here within the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Guang Qingzi's voice was serious. He knew that a great battle was inevitable. However, if a great battle broke out, it would be equivalent to letting the underworld know about Lin Ling's strength. Even if Lin Ling was lucky enough to escape, more experts would come to surround Lin Ling. Just as Lin Ling was about to fight to the death, the earth suddenly shook. The whole hell was rolling and cracking. Terrifying auras rushed out from the ground, turning into locust-like shadows and spreading across the earth. It's those toads! Guang Qingzi exclaimed when he saw this. So many of them! Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. They did not see more toads rushing out from other places. After these toads rushed out, they immediately began to devour souls as if they were feeding on souls. It was clear that Lin Ling had pulled out the Soul Congregation Tree King, causing the seal to loosen, allowing these toads to rush out. The entire Avicii hell shook at this moment. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. Not good, the Avicii hell is reforming. Everyone, leave immediately. Not to mention the souls, even the yakshas were terrified. They wanted to leave this hell, because everyone knew that hell had collapsed. Gua gua gua. In the distance, a large number of sects were devoured. Entire countries were destroyed. Run! All the souls ran in one direction. That was the road to another hell. Lin Ling, this is a good chance. On Lin Ling's side, Guang Qingzi also sensed that the surrounding world was collapsing. He immediately laughed. Looking at the yakshas that rushed at Lin Ling, they had all fled. Some were drowned by the toads and had their souls devoured. Break out of this hell! Lin Ling hurriedly ran forward. Ah, save me! Oh no! Hell is collapsing! Looking behind Lin Ling, a large number of voices rang out. The earth had shattered and countless souls had died in the toads' mouths. It could be called hell on earth. Chapter 50:15. Hurry up and run! The deafening voice was still echoing behind them. A large number of souls rushed towards a conveyor belt. This conveyor belt was a huge bronze door that led to another hell. Looking behind them, the entire hell was collapsing. The toads that rushed out had covered the entire hell. According to legend, these toads were formed from the souls of hell. Because they were dissatisfied with hell, their resentment did not diminish, so they had always wanted to destroy hell. This was not the first time that hell had collapsed. It had happened before in the distant past. Later on, the underworld had sent out a large number of experts to suppress and seal the toads. Only then was hell at peace. Now, history was repeating itself. Damn it, who opened the seal? This person has done a lot of harm. When hell is reorganized, we must find this person. The underworld's higher-ups were discussing and seemed to be very angry. However, Lin Ling did not know any of this. Even if he knew, he would only laugh coldly. He followed the large number of souls and rushed towards the bronze door. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, so their speed was very slow. At this time, a large number of souls were squeezed out and fell into the broken hell behind them. Finally, their souls dissipated. Fortunately, Lin Ling's soul was strong and no one could squeeze him out. He also took the time to look behind him and found that the sky was filled with toads. The ground and sky were all swallowed up. It was terrifying. These toads not only devoured souls, but also everything in hell. I must use the chaos to enter another hell. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and squeezed the souls in front of him again, trying to enter the bronze door as soon as possible. During this process, Lin Ling also saw that some yakshas had noticed him. Unfortunately, the surroundings were too chaotic. Those yakshas could not catch Lin Ling at all. I have occupied another person's body, but these yakshas can still sense me. It seems that it is really dangerous if the underworld mark is not opened. Lin Ling finally squeezed through the bronze door and disappeared. The bronze door was densely packed with souls, all of them trying to enter another hell. A moment later, a yaksha king arrived with a large number of yakshas. They had whips in their hands and whipped everyone in front of them away, opening a path to the green door. A path to the bronze door. My lord, someone saw Lin Ling. He occupied the body of a soul and entered the bronze door. A yaksha said to the yaksha king. Bastard! The yaksha king cursed. Even if the Avicii has collapsed, this is not a big deal. Lin Ling is a big deal. He is the person that the god of the underworld asked for. How can we explain this to the god of the underworld? My lord, you can't blame us for this. The collapse of the Avicii hell led to our failure. If the god of the underworld knew about this, he definitely wouldn't blame us. A yaksha king. Hearing this, the yaksha king wasn't angry. He pondered for a moment, and the expression on all three of his heads changed drastically. It's Lin Ling. He destroyed this hell. Apparently, he remembered what happened at the bottom of the volcano. One of the soul-gathering trees that sealed the toad was uprooted. Then, he closed his eyes and communicated with the underworld elite. After a moment of silence, a furious voice said, "Capture Lin Ling no matter what." The yaksha king nodded. Although Lin Ling had escaped to another hell, he would be captured sooner or later as long as he had the mark of the underworld. However, it would take him a long time. Let's go. The yaksha king led the yakshas into the bronze door. On the other side, Lin Ling walked out of the bronze door and saw many souls walking out. All of them looked like they had just survived a calamity, but when they saw the new hell, they were also at a loss. This place was similar to the Avicii. However, the sky was blood red and the ground was covered with dried bones. It was a desolate and uninhabited place. The mountains and water here were blood red. It was very strange. His soul immediately felt minuscule when it was inside. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't stop. He chose a direction and started running. Now that hell had collapsed, it would take Yaksha King a lot of time to catch Lin Ling. This was the best time for Lin Ling to get out of here. After a long time, Lin Ling sat down at the foot of a hill. His soul was exhausted. He looked at Yadu's soul and saw that cracks had appeared. It seemed that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Lin Ling, if you don't get rid of the mark of the underworld, it's useless no matter how far you run. Guang Qingzi said. It's a pity that the mark of the underworld is one of the great laws of the underworld. It's very difficult to get rid of it. Unless you have another great universe to fight against it, and that universe has to be comparable to the underworld. In the current world, the Chaos Realm and the Tao Realm have such power. The universes of other deities are not powerful enough. Lin Ling's face turned solemn when he heard that. How could he get rid of the mark of the underworld by using the great laws of the universe? He had to be in the Tao Realm. Right, the Tao Realm. Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of something. When he first entered the city of myriad gods, the first place he went to was the graveyard. There, he met the mysterious old man, and the old man told him to bury the gravestone under the snow maple tree, and buried the Tao regression heavenly mandate. At that time, he felt strange. Now it seemed that the old man was aware that he was going to die. My Tao realm is still in the cemetery under the snow maple tree. I remember the old man said that if I buried the Tao realm, even after death, I can return to the Tao pagoda. Lin Ling's body shook, and he quickly sensed it. At first, he didn't feel anything. But gradually, he sensed the aura of the Tao realm. In fact, it was the aura of the Tao realm. Although it was very weak, Lin Ling followed it like a vine to find a melon. He kept getting closer and closer to it. Finally, he completely found the buried heavenly Tao return position. Come here. Lin Ling shouted and tried to summon the Tao realm to the underworld. Time seemed to freeze, but gradually, a palm-sized jade tablet appeared in Lin Ling's soul. It was the return to heavenly Tao seat. After the arrival of the Tao realm, the underworld mark in the depths of his soul burned like a flame and gradually disappeared. Success. Lin Ling was ecstatic. The Tao realm was the great law of the Tao realm. Now that it was used to resist the great law of the underworld, it could naturally wash away the underworld mark. Moreover, after the arrival of the Tao realm, Lin Ling was no longer under the jurisdiction of the underworld. Not good. At the same time, the upper echelons of the underworld exclaimed. Lin Ling disappeared. Chapter 50:16. Not long ago, the Avicii hell collapsed. Could it be that he died there? Send someone to investigate. The underworld was in turmoil. Lin Ling was not a nobody. He was the host of the will of the underworld and had offended the underworld. Therefore, the entire underworld was paying attention to him. My lord, Lin Ling has disappeared. At the same time, the Yaksha king and his people appeared at the bronze gate. However, as soon as they appeared, one of the Yakshas exclaimed. The Yaksha king's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly tried to sense the situation, but found nothing. At the same time, the order of the underworld came. Lin Ling had disappeared, and they had to find Lin Ling no matter what. This is troublesome. I don't know if Lin Ling is alive or dead. The Yaksha king's 3 heads were full of solemnity, and so were the other Yakshas. According to common sense, if they could not sense the mark of the underworld, it meant that their souls had been destroyed. However, Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. Therefore, even if their souls had been destroyed, they had to search for him. Search this hell. We must find Lin Ling. In the end, the Yaksha king had no choice but to split up and search for him. On the other side, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. He had an excited smile on his face. He had returned to the celestial realm, and the mark of the underworld had been removed. Lin Ling, how did you do it? Guang Qingzi was also astonished when he noticed this. It was a mysterious senior I met on the 3rd level of the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling roughly explained what had happened on the 3rd level. It seems that this old man knew that you would face such a great calamity in your life, so he helped you in advance. Guang Qingzi said solemnly. He thought of the mysterious Taoist in the square prison. He knew that the Taoist seemed to have sensed something and was secretly helping Lin Ling. My celestial realm has some treasures that can restore souls. I estimate that I can restore 50% of my soul power. Even if I meet the Yaksha king, I will not be afraid of him. Lin Ling stood up, looked around, and then strode forward. He pondered in his heart. Apart from the treasures of the celestial plane, it would be best if he could find treasures that could restore soul power in this layer of hell. Of course, the most important thing right now was to find a quiet place to recover 50% of his soul power. Yinwan Guang, you think you can kill me forever, right? You didn't expect that I, Lin Ling, have already escaped from the shackles of the underworld and have begun to grow. Sooner or later, I will find you for revenge. As Lin Ling moved forwards, his soul emitted an icy chill. Continuing forward, Lin Ling's Fong Du shell finally shattered, dissipating like paper ash. However, Lin Ling didn't care. Now that he didn't have the netherworld mark, no one would recognize him even if he used his original appearance. Soon after, Lin Ling discovered that there were also many souls here. They were like lost spirits, constantly strengthening their souls in an attempt to give birth to a wisp of fortune and reincarnate. And these souls did not have their memories from when they were alive, so their growth was very slow. However, they knew how to devour each other. However, when they met Lin Ling, not only did they not succeed in devouring, but their souls were also devoured by Lin Ling. On this day, Lin Ling met a group of people. They seemed to be from a sect. In the underworld, there seemed to be the most number of sections. These so-called sects were, in fact, a group. They fought to not be devoured by other souls, so they united. Originally, Lin Ling wanted to devour this sect, but he discovered that there was an acquaintance in the sect. This person was the dragon god of the Dragon Valley. After seeing this person, Lin Ling's face changed dramatically. He knew that this was the son of the dragon god. In the past, Lin Ling had also come into contact with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's growth was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the peak of the 9 prefectures, so they had less contact after that. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, seeing him in this place, Lin Ling felt like he had met a soulmate in a foreign land. This was his friend. Moreover, after the fall of the dragon god, Lin Ling had promised the dragon god that he would bring all the dragons of the Dragon Valley out of the underworld. Who are you? Why are you staring at our sect leader? Seeing Lin Ling looking at him coldly, someone from the dragon god's side immediately said. It turned out that this dragon god had become a sect leader. Not talking, right? Kill him. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, those people immediately revealed their killing intent. In this underworld, the weak were prey to the strong. Either you die or I die. However, Lin Ling still did not move. Wait. However, at this time, an indifferent voice interrupted everyone. Looking carefully, this person was their sect leader. Sect leader? Everyone was puzzled. Logically speaking, the sect leader was the most domineering. Based on this person's appearance, he would have already killed him. Let him go. The sect leader looked at Lin Ling indifferently and finally said. He didn't know why he had to let Lin Ling go, but he had a feeling that this white-haired man didn't want to kill them. Sect leader, you can't. At this time, an old man beside him shook his head and said, this person is very cold. He probably killed a lot of souls. He must have bad intentions for staring at us. If it wasn't for the fact that we have more people, he would have already attacked. We should kill such a soul. Moreover, his soul is very strong and can increase our strength. No. The sect leader shook his head. He still looked the same as before. He looked very young, but he also had his own aura, which was why he could suppress the souls around him. Hearing this, the old man's eyes turned cold, but he didn't say anything in the end. Let's go. The sect leader didn't say much and left with the people of the sect. Lin Ling looked at the dragon god indifferently. He knew that the other party didn't remember him at all. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's current strength was still not enough to dominate the underworld, so he couldn't take the dragon god away. Suddenly, he stared at the old man beside the dragon god, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Previously, after the old man was rejected by the dragon god, although he was silent, Lin Ling could sense that his eyes were filled with killing intent. This old man was obviously not satisfied with the dragon god. At the thought of this, Lin Ling hurriedly chased after him and said coldly, I want to join your sect. What? Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Ling in shock. They had spared Lin Ling because of the sect leader. In the end, this white-haired youth wanted to join them? Was this white-haired youth not afraid of being killed by them? Do you think that just anyone can join our sect? The old man beside the dragon god immediately shouted coldly. Although he didn't have the memories of his previous life, his personality had been passed down. No matter who he was in his previous life, after entering the underworld, most of his personality didn't change. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he looked at the dragon god. Young Master Dragon God was looking at Lin Ling as well. He didn't know why, but even though it was his first time meeting the white-haired man, he felt that the white-haired man was very familiar. Moreover, when he met the white-haired man's gaze, he actually felt a sense of worship. Chapter 50:17. Approved. Everyone was shocked when they saw that the sect leader had agreed. This white-haired man was a stranger to them. Plus, he had a strange background. It was already good that they did not kill him. Why keep him alive? Sect leader? The elder beside him tried to persuade him. I have made up my mind. You don't have to say any more. Young Master Dragon God shook his head and strode forward. Everyone in the sect had a drastic change in expression. Their eyes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. Many people quietly looked at the great elder, But the great elder shook his head and said, "Since this is the sect master's intention, then from now on, this person will belong to my Qilin sect." With that, the grand elder looked at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. However, Lin Ling ignored him and strode forward. How arrogant! Seeing Lin Ling's attitude, many people were unhappy. "Let's go back." The great elder's reaction was calm as he led everyone forward. Lin Ling followed the sect and walked into the distance. If he joined the Qilin sect, he would be able to shake off the Yaksha soldiers and the others. Moreover, he would be able to protect young Master Dragon God at the same time. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling wanted to refine the treasures in the Tao Reversion Heavenly Seat to increase his soul force. Although Lin Ling did not have any contact with others, he knew that young Master Dragon God had established a sect called Qilin sect. Moreover, it had been established for a long time. Lin Ling thought of the time when Dragon Valley was destroyed by the will of the world. Everything matched. As for the great elder, his name was Situ Han. As for the rest, Lin Ling did not have time to care about them. After entering Qilin sect, Lin Ling realized that Qilin sect was quite big. There were many souls gathered together to cultivate their souls. They wanted to obtain good fortune and reincarnate as soon as possible. It seems that if one wants to reincarnate, it depends on luck. Some people can reincarnate as soon as they enter the netherworld. Some people need a long time to reincarnate. I wonder if Yu and the rest have reincarnated. Lin Ling missed his family and friends. However, he knew that with his current strength, he could not find Yu and the rest. The only way was for his soul to become stronger. In the following days, Lin Ling rarely walked around Qilin sect. He stayed in his house and refined the treasures in the Return to Heaven realm. Occasionally, he would help the sect clean the sect. He had the memories, and in fact, he had a large number of soul cultivation techniques and mystiques. However, he did not intend to spread them out. Time quietly passed. On this day, a figure appeared at Lin Ling's door. It was young noble dragon god. He stood quietly at the door and looked at Lin Ling, who was tidying up the room. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lin Ling was still tidying up the house as he spoke. Young noble dragon god finally asked after a long silence. Dragon god was the person with the strongest soul force in the sect. If anyone dared to slight him, he would be angry. However, after seeing Lin Ling's back, he finally fell silent. This white-haired man looked ordinary. But for some reason, every time he saw his figure, he would feel a sense of reverence in his heart. It was as if he had seen a senior that he had admired for a long time. The answer is in your heart. At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice came over. The strange thing was that although this voice was very calm, when it landed in Dragon God's heart, it made his heart very calm. His soul also seemed to have condensed a little. The answer is in my heart? Dragon God muttered to himself. He seemed to understand, but he also seemed to not understand. Senior, why are you looking for me? Young noble dragon god asked after a moment of contemplation. He believed that Lin Ling wouldn't join his sect for no reason. And this time, he used a respectful tone. When it's time to know, you will know. Lin Ling stopped and looked at Dragon God. All right, after this time, don't look for me if there's nothing. When you look for me again, it will be time for me to leave. Senior. Dragon God felt that the white-haired man was unfathomable. He only understood half of what he said. He clearly felt that it was nonsense, but he felt that everything made sense. Then he saw that Lin Ling was still busy. He sighed and finally left. After Dragon God left, Lin Ling looked outside the door. His eyes flickered, but he did not say anything in the end. In the following days, Lin Ling continued to live in seclusion, constantly increasing his soul power. However, what gave him a headache was that if he had a treasure like the Soul Gathering Tree King, he believed that his soul power could recover by 80%. However, relying on a treasure of the celestial plane, his soul power would not be able to recover at all. But the recovery was very slow. At this speed, it would take a long time to find Yu and the others. Lin Ling, don't be impatient. You were able to escape the control of the underworld. This is already very impressive. Although I know that you want revenge, any god's cultivation is done step by step. Very few people can reach the heavens in a single step. Now, you are only missing an opportunity. I believe that for you to come to the underworld, there must be some arrangement. Guang Chengxi's voice suddenly floated over, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. His impetuous heart gradually calmed down. He also felt that all of this was predestined. It was as if fate had deliberately arranged for him to come to the underworld. Here, there was an unknown opportunity waiting for him. Of course, it could also be an unknown danger. Just like when he first entered the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda and met that mysterious old man. Everything was arranged by fate. After his restless heart gradually calmed down, Lin Ling cultivated every day. Very few people came to his small courtyard. The first elder, Siduhan, came once, but after inspecting the small courtyard for a long time, he left in the end. After leaving, he didn't appear again. It was as if he no longer cared about Lin Ling. But Lin Ling had a feeling that Siduhan wanted to dominate the Qilin sect. Moreover, he was eyeing Sir Dragon God's soul. He sensed that half of the people in the sect were in fact Siduhan's people. Of course, he didn't care. He slowly waited for time because he knew that with his current strength, he wasn't Siduhan's match. And no one from the Qilin sect paid any attention to Lin Ling. Instead, a child often came to visit Lin Ling. At the beginning, this child was very afraid of Lin Ling. But afterwards, he discovered that although Lin Ling looked cold on the surface, he wasn't difficult to get along with. Again and again, he often came. Moreover, every time he looked for Lin Ling to talk. Of course, most of the time, he was the one speaking and Lin Ling was the one listening. This caused the child to suspect that Lin Ling wasn't a mute. It wasn't until he heard Lin Ling mumble to himself that the child was finally sure that Lin Ling wasn't a mute. Moreover, Lin Ling's words were extremely strange. They were like an incantation, like he was silently reciting something. At the beginning, the child couldn't understand, but as time passed, he was gradually able to recite them. Moreover, every time he heard Lin Ling recite them, he would feel completely. His body was incomparably comfortable. Chapter 50:18. Remember, don't let anyone know what I'm chanting. Finally, Lin Ling said to the child. The child nodded and continued to come every day, bringing food with him. In the netherworld, the food for all souls was candles and sandalwood. As long as they were refined, their souls would not disperse. Moreover, souls with weaker soul power had to be refined every day. Otherwise, they would feel that their souls were afraid of the cold and would feel very empty. These ingot candles were not of much help to Lin Ling, but he still refined some every day. On this day, Lin Ling finally refined all the treasures of the celestial realm and recovered 50% of his soul force. However, the child did not come today. According to the norm, the child would definitely come before this time. Lin Ling waited in the small courtyard for a long time. He wanted to go take a look, but at this time, a misty soul rushed in. This soul was very weak, as if it could dissipate at any time. Senior, the Grand Elder is here to kill. He wants to kill the sect master. After the child rushed in, he immediately shouted at Lin Ling. After saying this, his soul completely dissipated. Seeing this, Lin Ling softly sighed. He knew that this child's soul had dissipated. It was caused by a powerhouse. In fact, the 3 lives mantra that Lin Ling had imparted to the child over the past few days was a divine ability cultivation method for cultivating soul force. Unfortunately, the child's fortuitous opportunity was too shallow, and the time he spent cultivating it was too short. After experiencing such a great calamity, he finally died. Lin Ling knew that all of this was the child's good fortune. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Although Lin Ling was very open-minded, his heart was still cold. After being silent for so long, he finally decided to make a move. In fact, when he entered the Qilin sect, Lin Ling had already planned to make a move and kill the Grand Elder Situhan. However, there was a time when he realized that Situhan was stronger than he imagined. His soul force was more terrifying than Lin Ling's, so Lin Ling did not make a move. Only when his soul force had increased to 50% did he plan to make a move. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. And at this moment, the Qilin sect was in a state of chaos. A large number of sect disciples were killing each other everywhere. These people were all followers of the Great Elder. Why do you want to kill us? The disciples of the sect who had been killed were in disbelief. Idiot, do you really think we're from the same sect as you? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Kill them. Devour their souls. From today onwards, the Qilin Gate belongs to us. Situ Han's disciples slaughtered everywhere, and the entire sect was plunged into misery and suffering. As for Situ Han, his white robes fluttered in the wind and his long white hair flowed down his back. He walked calmly towards the main hall of the sect. Situ Han, how dare you betray the sect leader? Have you forgotten who saved you from the Tiger Clan? Back then you were on the verge of death. It was the sect leader who saved you. A large number of sect masters rushed out from the hall, but none of them could withstand a single strike from Situ Han. With a wave of his arm, a powerful soul force suppressed them, almost tearing those souls apart. Those masters who rushed out all had their souls turn illusory. Their souls were unstable and they were heavily injured. Sect leader, please hand over the position of sect leader. Situ Han stood at the entrance of the hall and shouted towards the inside. Within the hall, there was a bit of silence. After a moment, a large number of figures finally walked out. The one leading them was impressively young Master Dragon God. Young Master Dragon God coldly looked at Situ Han. His face was gloomy. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Situ Han. This person had hidden his strength deeply. The strength of his soul was even more formidable than his own. Situ Han, you've really decided to do this. Hee, sect leader, you've already sensed it. So, why bother asking such nonsense? I know you've had thoughts of betraying me for a long time, but I always thought that since I saved your life, you wouldn't betray me. Even if you were possessed for a moment, it would only be temporary. Now, you know you're wrong. Situ Han laughed. Behind him, a large number of disciples appeared, surrounding the hall so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Qilin sect's people don't want to die. All of you submit to sect leader Situ. Someone shouted at the entire Qilin sect. Qilin sect was in chaos at this moment. All of the souls were either dead or injured. They sat on the ground in need, watching Situ Han force them to abdicate. All right, I'll hand over the position of sect leader to you. Young Master Dragon God stared at Situ Han and finally sighed softly. The people of Qilin sect had followed him for a long time. The entire Qilin sect was also fought by him. At the beginning, there was only one person. Gradually, there were tens of thousands of people. It would be a lie to say that he had no feelings for them. He had no memories of his previous life. Therefore, to him, the people of the sect were actually like his relatives and friends. After you hand over the position of sect leader, I want your soul too. At this moment, Situ Han spoke again. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Situ Han to be so greedy. Young Master Dragon God's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe it. Sect Master, thank you for saving me that day. However, you should know that only when our souls become stronger will we be able to obtain good fortune and be reincarnated. This netherworld is a bottomless hell. Ordinary souls are unable to cultivate a physical body. Only by being reincarnated can we be reincarnated. Only by reincarnating can we step into the eternal and indestructible Great Tao. In your soul force, there are fragments of the Dragon God soul. Devouring you will greatly improve my soul force. Situ Han smiled and said, back then you saved me. Why don't you save me again today? Shameless. The people behind young Master Dragon God cursed. The people of the sect were also angry, but they didn't dare to speak casually. Hand over your soul and I will spare your people. If you don't hand it over after I devour you, they will all die. Situ Han said nonchalantly. Sect leader, don't believe what he said. This person has no principles and is ungrateful. Sect leader, If you hand over your soul, he will definitely kill us. Yes, sect leader, let's fight to the death. Even if we die, it's better than having our souls devoured by them. Moreover, since they want to kill us, we have to give them a heavy blow and injure their souls. Sect leader. Behind young Master Dragon God, everyone shouted. However, young Master Dragon God was silent. In fact, how could he not know everyone's concerns? However, if he fought with all his might, his people would definitely die. Young Master Dragon God pondered for a moment and finally said, "Unless you release your soul force, as long as I hand over my soul, you will let my people go. Otherwise, I will never hand over my soul." Sect leader. Seeing that young Master Dragon God was about to sacrifice himself, the people behind him all shouted. "Haha, I have always treated you as the sect leader, but you didn't believe me. Now that I have rebelled against you, you should be convinced." Sidhu Han laughed and found a good excuse for his ingratitude. "However, they are right. I did not intend to let them go. Originally, if you had obediently handed over your soul, we would have avoided a big battle. Now, it seems that this battle is not going to end well. Now, it seems that this battle is unavoidable." As soon as he said this, young Master Dragon God secretly scolded himself. He almost believed Sidhu Han. This guy really planned to catch them all in one fell swoop. He wanted the entire sect to fight against Sidhu Han. Even if he died, he wanted Sidhu Han's soul to be damaged. Rumble. Chapter 5019. Looking at the white-haired man, the Qilin sect suddenly quieted down. "So cold," someone suddenly said. "Who is he?" However, not everyone recognized the white-haired man, unless it was young Master Dragon God. After all, Lin Ling had always lived in seclusion in the Qilin sect. Not to mention the newcomers, even the elders did not remember him. "Who are you?" As Lin Ling got closer and closer, someone from Sidhu Han's side finally shouted. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear. His pace was neither fast nor slow as he continued to walk forward. It was as if he was walking in his own garden. "How dare you!" The people on Sidhu Han's side were finally enraged. They all attacked Lin Ling. Their attacks were simple. After all, without a physical body, they could not cultivate spirit essence. Therefore, their attacks were all soul force attacks. According to common sense, their soul force was one of the top existences in the Qilin sect. Under their joint attack, the white-haired man would undoubtedly die. However, the white-haired man did not seem to hear. He only shouted, "Scram!" A terrifying soul force swept out in all directions with the white-haired man as the center. Bang, bang, bang. Those who rushed towards the white-haired man all had their souls explode, turning into ashes. There were more than a dozen people here, and they were all elders of the sect. Moreover, their souls exploded, not their souls dissipated. This showed how great the gap between Lin Ling's soul force and theirs was. What? Everyone around Sidhu Han stared with wide eyes. The entire Qilin sect was the same. Even young Master Dragon God found this hard to believe. He had always revered Lin Ling, but he never knew how strong Lin Ling was. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. "Who are you?" Seeing Lin Ling walking over step by step, the people around all took a step back and asked nervously. "Scram!" Lin Ling did not even look at them. His powerful soul force spread out. Bang, bang, bang. These people's souls exploded and were absorbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked forward like this, his soul force constantly pressing out. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever it passed, Sidhu Han's disciples were all scared out of their wits. How terrifying! Everyone trembled with fear, feeling that Lin Ling was like the god of death. "It's you!" At this moment, Sidhu Han also recognized Lin Ling. His pupils trembled. He never imagined that this white-haired man would be so strong. One must know that a year ago, he had also investigated this white-haired man. However, the result was that this white-haired man was very ordinary. Not worth mentioning. "It's him. I remember now, it's the white-haired man that the sect leader brought back. How can he be so strong?" After Sidhu Han's reminder, The others gradually came to their senses and were extremely shocked. It seems that I have underestimated you. Situ Han looked deeply at Lin Ling, then said indifferently, "How about following me?" Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at Situ Han without saying a word. "If you follow me, I can guarantee that you will become the great elder of the Qilin sect. Moreover, our Qilin sect will become even stronger and dominate the nearby area. Any cultivation treasure will belong to our Qilin sect." Seeing that Lin Ling remained silent, Situ Han continued to say. Young Master Dragon Deity also looked at Lin Ling, his eyes flickering. He was afraid that Lin Ling would agree. "I can even hand over the position of sect leader to you," Situ Han said again. He could sense that this white-haired man was very strong. In order to prevent any accidents, he planned to recruit him first. "You are not qualified." Finally, Lin Ling spoke. His words made Situ Han's pupils dilate. He was not qualified? "Do you know who you are talking to? I gave you face, but you don't want it." The disciples and elders around Situ Han all shouted angrily. If it were not for Situ Han's words, they would have already attacked. But Lin Ling only had one word. He used the 3 extreme universe destruction and destroyed the souls of these people. In the blink of an eye, only 30% of the people following Situ Han were left. They were all silent, and their eyes widened in disbelief. He was too strong. In front of Situ Han, he had killed so many people in a single move. No one could stop him. Moreover, this person was so cold. He was probably an existence that killed people like flies. Because he had killed so many souls, his expression did not change at all. In fact, even Situ Han's expression changed drastically. He felt that this white-haired man was from the 9 Serenities hell. Perhaps he was a fugitive who had escaped from the destruction hell. One had to know that the destruction hell also had a prison area. The souls there were miserable. They had to face the great tribulation of hell every day. It was the real great tribulation of hell. "You insist on going against me." Situ Han's voice became cold. He knew that this white-haired man was difficult to deceive. The only way was to fight. "You are not qualified." Lin Ling still said the same sentence. However, in his hand, the sword of faith appeared. He knew that Situ Han was very strong. He was more powerful than the ordinary Yikshas. He was just hiding it. Situ Han's eyes narrowed as he stared at the sword in Lin Ling's hand. Then, his expression changed drastically. What kind of power is this? Although he was a soul and had lost his memories, he knew that in the underworld, other than the gods of the underworld, all souls had no other power. The only power they had was soul power. Could this person be a god of the underworld? "You are not qualified to know." Lin Ling said for the 3rd time that he was not qualified. That was indeed the case. Because he was a soul with memories. The others did not. Even though he had memories, Lin Ling was still a god. Moreover, he was beyond the control of the underworld. He was not under the control of the underworld at all. Lin Ling slashed out. This was the first time he had used the sword of faith in the underworld. Swoosh! The sword slashed across Situ Han. His soul was cut open and he could not fight back at all. The area that was cut open seemed to be burned by flames and gradually dissipated. "You, who are you?" Situ Han's soul trembled and finally turned into ashes. "He's dead." The people who followed Situ Han were shocked. "Die." Lin Ling also killed them with a single slash. At this point, the matter of the Qilin sect's betrayal was solved by Lin Ling alone. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and was speechless. Although most people did not know Lin Ling, there were a few people who knew about Lin Ling. They never imagined that this white-haired man would be so strong. "All right, I'm leaving." The sword of faith in Lin Ling's hand disappeared. He knew that by using the sword of faith, he would be discovered by the underworld. To avoid affecting others, he had to leave immediately. Senior. Young Master Dragon God looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. "Follow me." Lin Ling did not say anything. His soul floated down the stairs. Young Master Dragon God quickly followed and the two arrived outside the sect. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he looked into the distance. Young Master Dragon God was behind him. He looked at Lin Ling's fluttering white hair and the awe in his heart grew stronger. In fact, I know your past life and know your origin. I also know that your race is in the underworld. My purpose for this trip is to bring you all back. Lin Ling finally spoke. Chapter 50-20. Seeing this, young Master Dragon God was even more shocked. This was the first time he had heard of a soul with memories in the underworld. He was even more certain that this white-haired man was a true powerhouse. I will teach you the 3 lives curse of the past. It will speed up your soul cultivation. If you cultivate it to the limit, you will be able to find your past memories. However, how much you can find will depend on your luck. I said that the next time we meet will be when I leave. Now that I am leaving, remember, if anyone asks about me in the future, you must tell them the truth. However, do not say that I knew you. Otherwise, what awaits you will be a great disaster. Also, you must not speak of the 3 lives curse of the past to anyone. Perhaps in the future, I will come to find you again. Before that, even if you obtain your memories, you must not speak of it. Do you understand? Lin Ling turned around and looked at young Master Dragon God. Young Master Dragon God's soul trembled. He knew that Lin Ling was bringing him to break the underworld's taboo. How could he not want to know the memories of the past? Plop. He knelt down and kowtowed. Senior, this junior will listen to senior's words. I am not your senior. We were once friends. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. Then, he took a step and floated into the distance. Even if he was a friend, he was still a friend that I respected. Young Master Dragon God still knelt there, muttering to himself. As Lin Ling walked forward, he began to think of his next path. In his hand, the Sword of Faith still appeared. His goal was to draw away the gods of the underworld and prevent them from finding the Qilin sect. Lin Ling, try to recover all your soul force and then look for a body. Along the way, Master Guangqing reminded Lin Ling. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared at the edge of an ancient sea. Looking at the black sea, his brows furrowed. This sea was black, as if it had swallowed countless souls. However, in the depths of the sea, Lin Ling sensed powerful soul fluctuations. This sea seems to have a treasure that can greatly increase one's soul force. Master Guangqing also sensed it. Go in. Lin Ling looked back into the distance, hoping to shake off his pursuers with the help of the ocean. After that, his soul floated through the Black Sea. He realized that there were many islands in the sea, and on the islands, many souls were cultivating. Because the sea devoured souls, cultivating on the islands would help the souls recover. The speed of recovery was even faster. Someone is flying past. At the same time, many souls sensed Lin Ling. They flew out wanting to investigate. Lin Ling knew that those who could appear here had all devoured countless souls. If he didn't do anything, they would still kill him if they had the chance. He activated his powerful soul power to kill these souls. Your Excellency, the souls were all shocked. They did not expect the white-haired man to be so cruel, killing them without saying a word. Their souls were scattered, and part of their souls were absorbed by Lin Ling, increasing Lin Ling's soul power. Unfortunately, their souls were very weak, and were not of much help to Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued to move forward, killing the souls he encountered. Gradually, he killed millions of souls. However, in the sea, there were countless souls, and he couldn't kill them all. After all, the underworld was the reincarnation land of the universe, and naturally, there were many souls gathered there. As time passed, Lin Ling became famous for his killing. The nearby islands all knew that a cold-blooded powerhouse had come to the Black Soul Sea, and he killed anyone he encountered. Many people were angry about this, but the white-haired man was too strong, and they could not resist. Gradually, most of the souls heard that Lin Ling had appeared in a direction, and they fled far away. Lin Ling chose an island and recovered his soul power every day. Gradually, his soul power reached 60%. On this day, he went to look for prey again. However, on an island, he saw a huge skeleton. This skeleton was the skeleton of a giant tortoise, and it seemed to be dug up in the Black Soul Sea. Lin Ling also saw it in the underworld, excluding the yaksha. Apart from the yaksha, it was the second thing with a body. However, Lin Ling felt that in the skeleton, it made his soul jump. This skeleton can greatly increase soul power, and it is comparable to the soul-gathering Tree King. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he floated down from the sky. Hurry, we have to bring this tortoise back. The Black Sea King has been waiting for a long time. On the island, a large number of souls were pulling the skeleton. Even if they did not refine it, they could feel their souls constantly condensing when they were close to the skeleton. However, at this moment Lin Ling arrived. Who are you? Not good, it's the god of death. The spirits were originally enraged, but when they saw the head of white hair, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Lin Ling's ferocious name in the Black Soul Ocean was known as the Death God. His ferocious name had already spread far and wide. Lin Ling didn't care about them. His eyes were fixed on the mountain-like skeleton. His eyes twinkled. As he got closer, he could feel the power of the skeleton. He estimated that it could restore 20% of his soul power. At that time, he would have 80% of his soul power, which was extremely powerful. Senior God of Death, this skeleton is wanted by the Black Sea King. Moreover, it does not belong to the Black Sea King alone. It was divided among the 7 Sea Kings. Senior God of Death, please have mercy. If you snatch it, how can we report to the Black Sea King? Yes, and the Black Sea King will not let you go. The souls begged for mercy. If you die, there is no need to report to the Black Sea King. Lin Ling said coldly. His powerful soul power covered the entire island, and he attacked. Now, his soul power had recovered 60%, and when he attacked, it was as if a universe was suppressing him. This feeling was not the power of a soul, but more like the power of the Yaksha King. Don't. A large number of souls begged for mercy, and they did not dare to resist. However, after Lin Ling came to the underworld, his heart was cold. He would kill anyone he saw. After all, he wasn't a good person. It was just that he had always been able to suppress his murderous nature. However, after Yu and the others died, Lin Ling almost turned completely dark. In fact, Lin Ling also noticed the change in his state of mind, but he did not care and allowed his state of mind to turn evil. Because only by doing so could he become stronger. After a long time, the souls on the island were killed by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling carried the huge skeleton and flew along the sea. So powerful, look at that person, he is carrying such a huge skeleton. That is the god of death, avoid him. Oh my god, he stole the Black Sea King skeleton. The Black Sea King spent a lot of manpower and tens of thousands of years to dig it out. The Black Sea King will not let this go. If the 7 Sea Kings come, the god of death will have to fight with them. The souls on the islands were discussing spiritedly. When they saw Lin Ling, their souls trembled, and they avoided him. Lin Ling ignored them. He knew that the skeleton was targeted by the strong, but he had nothing to fear. As long as he refined it, it would be enough to kill those Sea Kings. Chapter 50-21. Lin Ling nodded. Although he wasn't afraid of the Black Sea King, he didn't want anyone to disturb him while he was recovering his soul. He was different from other souls. He had memories and knew that some spirit arrays could be set up with soul force. However, most spirit arrays were set up with spiritual energy. With soul force as the foundation, these spirit arrays weren't strong. Luckily, Lin Ling's goal wasn't to kill the enemy, but to stall for time. After spending some time to set up the array, Lin Ling entered the depths of the island and began to refine the huge skeleton. Deep in the island's underground, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. In front of him was a giant skeleton. His soul power was vibrating nonstop. It was like a giant spider web that covered the entire skeleton. He wanted to devour the skeleton in one gulp. However, he soon discovered that he had overestimated his own soul force. Lin Ling, slowly refine it. You've waited for so long. You don't need to wait any longer. Guang Chengzi knew that Lin Ling was anxious, so he advised. Lin Ling let out a breath. His soul gradually stabilized. Then, like a flame, it landed on a corner of the skeleton and slowly began to burn and refine it. The strange thing was that this skeleton was originally an ordinary divine beast skeleton. However, after refining it, a dense mist spread out, condensing and restoring soul force. Lin Ling guessed that this was because the skeleton had been buried at the bottom of the sea. After accumulating for so long, it had absorbed too many souls. Time quietly passed. When 30% of the skeleton was refined, the entire island suddenly trembled. The seawater beneath the island also roared. Lin Ling opened his eyes and sneered, "It's here." Then, he continued to close his eyes and slowly refine the skeleton. At this moment, on the island, a large number of souls had gathered. A man with black hair stood in the sky, angrily looking at the entire island. "Is it here?" This man had a tyrannical aura. Not only was he tall and sturdy, but there were runes all over his black body. Moreover, there was a horn hidden in his long hair. The Black Sea King, the tyrant of the Black Soul Ocean, he had been in the Black Soul Ocean for more than 100,000 years. He had countless experts under his command and had even killed at least 10 million souls. No one in the Onyx Soul Ocean dared to offend him. Moreover, he had an extremely good relationship with the Nether Soldier. "My king, it should be here." Behind the man, someone coldly shouted, "What should I do? I want to be sure." The man roared angrily, grabbed the person who spoke, and tore his soul apart. "Definitely, definitely." The other souls were trembling in fear. In the distance, the souls from the various islands were watching. When they saw the Black Sea King, they nodded and pointed at the island. "The Grim Reaper is on the island." "That's right. I saw him carrying a huge skeleton towards the island. That skeleton was in the form of a Xian turtle." Hearing the many voices, the people below the Black Sea King's tomb nodded and looked at the Black Sea King. "Grim Reaper? What the hell? You dare to call yourself a god of death in front of me? Blow up this island." The Black Sea King was enraged. He summoned millions of souls to attack the island. Countless souls rushed towards the island, but they were blocked by Lin Ling's array. All of them seemed to have lost their way as they kept going in circles on the island. As the array did not have any spiritual energy, it only had the effect of bewitching souls. "What are you doing?" In the sky, the Black Sea King was even more enraged when he saw the souls below his tomb circling around like silly donkeys. "Black Sea King, this island is a little strange. Someone must have set up some tricks." At this moment, there were surging soul waves coming from afar. Following that, a large number of souls flew over. Furthermore, there were souls in other directions. They were majestically gathering, and their faces were filled with murderous intent. "Black Sea King, where are our skeletons?" A deep voice sounded like a thunderclap, spreading throughout the Onyx Soul Ocean. "The 7 Sea Kings have gathered," someone said nervously. His soul was trembling nonstop, as though it was about to dissipate. "I heard that the skeletons are precious treasures. There is only one of them in the entire infernal realm. The 7 Sea Kings have worked together to mine them for many years. Now that the Grim Reaper has snatched it away, the 7 Sea Kings are furious and came from afar. The Grim Reaper is probably going to die this time." Waves of whispers also rang out. "The skeletons are on the island. However, the Grim Reaper has some tricks up his sleeves. He actually managed to bewitch my soldiers." The Black Sea King looked at the other Sea Kings and said coldly. In the blink of an eye, a total of 6 Sea Kings appeared in front of the Black Sea King. All of them were looking at the island furiously. "Explode. Even if I have to use countless souls to pile up, I want this island to be torn apart. Kill them." The Sea Kings did not say anything and ordered their subordinates to attack the island. "The people on the island far away, get your ass over here and bombard the island. If anyone dares to say no, I will destroy his soul." The Black Sea King looked at the souls on the island far away and said, "Go, go, go. Go now." Those souls did not dare to provoke the Black Sea King. They nodded and rushed into the island. Tens of millions of souls rushed into the island and released their soul force. Finally, the island began to shake. In the underground cave, Lin Ling opened his eyes and the cold smile on his face deepened. I didn't expect you to have some strength. He was not afraid at all and continued to refine the skeletons. Unknowingly, half of the skeletons in front of him had already been refined. Rumble. The entire island was shaking. The barrier that Lin Ling had set up began to dissipate. Finally, under the attack of tens of millions of souls, it was destroyed. My king, those mysterious methods are gone. Someone said happily to the 7 Sea King in the sky. Good. Find that damned fellow. The 7 Sea Kings smiled and were very satisfied with the result in front of them. Tens of millions of souls released their souls again and attacked the island. The huge island began to shatter like an eggshell. The small fragments floated away with the sea, causing the island to become smaller and smaller. The Grim Reaper has really hidden himself well. We have been fighting for so long, but we still haven't seen him. Someone said in shock. As long as he is still on the island, how can we not find him with tens of millions of people? The other souls sneered. Ka. The island became smaller and smaller. Finally, someone saw the huge skeletons deep underground and shouted, My king, the black tortoise's skeletons are there. With that, everyone stared at the huge skeletons through the hole. The 7 Sea Kings smiled. They had finally found it. However, their smiles did not last long because they realized that the skeletons were burning and were dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good, the Grim Reaper is refining our skeletons. The Black Sea King roared, his body trembling with anger. How is this possible? How did he refine such a huge skeleton? Could it be that he has the means to refine it? The other Sea Kings frowned. Stop talking nonsense. Stop him immediately. The Black Sea King anxiously shouted and ordered his subordinates to rush into the cave to stop Lin Ling. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.